Hello guys, welcome back to the channel with me, Free Tips Scout, for a stream today where we're going to be covering both Sorare and Pooky, and we're going to be looking ahead to the midweek on Sorare and then just trying to plan for the new game week that's happening on Pooky, starting from tomorrow. If these two games are completely new to you, then you will be able to get started on them today for free. Use the links in the chat and those links will give you some freebies and also support the channel too. So yeah. Hello to everyone. It doesn't look like we've got a ton in here, but do say hello if you are in here. And hello to Twitch Gaming. Yeah, that was, I don't know why that was on, the sub only, but that was a mistake, so I've turned it off now. Everybody should be able to chat in here. How was your weekend apart from Sorare? It was okay. I didn't really do a huge amount. I did spend some time with my mum on Sunday because in the UK, it was Mother's Day yesterday, so I just went and saw my mum and spent a lot of time with her. And then kind of Saturday was, I don't really know what happened with Saturday. I feel like I can't really remember what happened with Saturday. It just passed me by. It was okay. My weekend in Sorare was terrible, as I'm going to show you guys shortly. It was a complete write-off of a weekend, so yeah, bad weekend for us in Sorare. But just one of those weekends. What about you guys? How was everything for you this weekend? Hello to David as well. How's it going, David? And Audris Fanagris as well. Hello to you. If you are new on the channel for the first time, then don't be shy. Feel free to say hello. And if you are completely new to the channel and you don't really know how we run the channel or the things that we do on the channel, we do run a thing called Free Tip Scout Fund Coupons, which is a kind of like a reward system where the more that you jump on the streams, the more coupons you can earn. And then when you earn a certain amount, you can cash them in for benefits on the stream. And we have quite a few. You can find out those benefits by clicking on the potato icon in the chat. And it will tell you what you can get on the channel, how much they cost, and it gives you a description of them as well. My weekend began really insane on Sorare, but Bayern's 8-1 killed it as Bundesliga went on to be insanely high scoring. Yeah, that was a mental game, wasn't it? That was incredible. I feel like they needed that as well, Bayern, because they haven't really smashed a team like that for a long time. And that used to be the kind of scoreline that you could expect with Bayern a lot. So, yeah, it felt like they probably needed that. They've been quite poor, haven't they? 72nd on Ultimate Champions. I might be able to open the under-23 pack this week on the stream here. Ooh, lovely. That'd be very cool. Twitch Gaming. Well done as well. 72nd is really good. Let me run through how miserable the weekend has been for me on Sorare. Let's bring it up. Yeah, I've actually had some really good scores from the players that I've got. This guy here, by the way, Choi Chol Won, he's a goalkeeper he's a card that I'm waiting to give away. He was given to me by one of you guys a few weeks back. Here we are. 18 days ago. He was sent to me by, look, Arna Visco, so 68, which is Senub68 on the channel. And I'm basically waiting to give this guy away. So he just hit a score of 93. And he generally does quite well when he comes in. Like, he had a score of 90 here, 70, 65. So starting goalkeeper at the moment, I'd love to be able to give away. And yeah, if we get a giveaway time activated, I'll make sure I throw him in. And we just go back. Yeah, I had a couple of good scores this weekend. Maric done really well. Jasic done really well. You guys might remember that last week I was talking about can I get his rare? And his rare was like £30, and I said I'm not going to pay £30 for him. His average was like 20 or something. So if I could have got him for that, I would have probably bought him. I have his limited, but I don't have his rare. And he hit a good score of 83.6. Tony Frook, who's in our under-23 team, we captained him as well. So that captaincy really paid off. But as you're going to see, it was a bit wasted because we didn't have a defender this weekend in the under-23 team. You can see that we've just got a load of pretty good scoring, actually, from a lot of players, but it's one of those weekends where we didn't quite have enough good scoring in any one team, or we had DMPs or just really bad scores that kind of ruined it. So if I show you the under-23 team, first of all, because this is the community team, look at how well this started out, the under-23 team. We got our captaincy spot on. So we captained Fruk. You guys voted, because it's a community team, you guys always get a vote on how we should like build it and what we should do. And you guys nailed it. You got it absolutely spot on with the captaincy. Lang then got a goal. Corridor won a penalty. So this was brilliant. We knew that we were probably going to run into a problem here because Costanu's not starting. And our other defender for the under-23 team was Ivan Smolcic. And Ivan Smolcic was suspended this weekend. So if Smolcic wasn't suspended, he would have played. The problem is that the under-23 is so competitive and it's so high scoring that even if Smolcic had played, we would have then needed 104.31 points from him because our goalkeeper, of course, didn't do that great. So this is definitely quite frustrating at times, the under-23 team, because this is great, but this means nothing if the whole team doesn't do that good. And if we just get like one bad score like that, then it's going to be basically in the bin. And you can see that, you know, we needed a player here to give us 104 points, right? And that would have only given us a tier 5. To get the tier 3, the tier 2s, would have needed another 130. So what you're looking at here, look, to get a tier 3, which is realistically the type of card you want to be winning, that and above, to get a tier 3, we would have needed 400 points in under-23 this weekend. It's really, really difficult. Really difficult. So, yeah, unfortunately, guys, we can't give a card away to you. It's not for a lack of trying. It's just we didn't get the luck. And, yeah, we kind of need, even these scores here, technically are good, but we're going to need probably scores of 70, 80. So, really difficult. Hello to Sorare Lex as well. Hello to Brezza as well. Hey, how you guys doing? Free tip scout in cap 220. An all-star, I should get a reward. Cap 270 was very high scoring, but I hit a good score. Oh, good, man. Very good to hear. Very good. Especially cap 220. You must be quite happy with that, Arthur, because cap 220, as I always say, is one of those competitions where you feel like you've really earned something, because you have to be smart with how you build in cap 220. Yeah, so no reward in under 23. Some of the competitions for me that I was hoping to win something in was All-Star Limited. And you can see the All-Star Limited, this was pretty good, but lo and behold, the defender that we picked, look, we were only 25.5 points away from winning something here. I mentioned last week when I was putting this team together that one of the real pains at the moment with owning a Tigres stack is that there is so much rotation, it's really difficult to predict who is going to play each game week. And I knew that they were probably going to rest a lot of their players because they have a Champions League game against America this midweek in game week 4, 5, 8. I just thought that Samir might be played, and he wasn't. The funny thing is that when you look at the back line that was played, there actually isn't a defender here that I probably would have picked. Diego Reyes, yeah, I probably could have picked him, but I just didn't really think he was going to get a game. And then certainly I wouldn't have picked Tesoro or Parata. Garza we have, but Garza's actually a midfielder. So he plays as a left back because he is actually a defender, but he has a midfielder card. And so we couldn't have even played him in the defender slot. So I feel like no matter what we'd done here, we were almost destined to miss out. You can see that it was very much a B team. Apart from Guzman and Brunetta, it was largely their B team that they put out. So the positive is that now they've done that and they've rested most of their first team players. It then means that now that I'm planning for the midweek, we should be able to just play the strongest 5 that we think Tigres have, and then we shouldn't get a DMP. But yeah, that's pretty annoying because everybody else done so good. Look, we absolutely called it with Mateo Maric doing really well against the worst team in the Croatian league. We also called it that Jasic and Biaki, that combo, would work really well. And it did, although they didn't actually win. I thought that they'd win that game. And that's a really poor score for them. But at the end of the day, we still picked the players that contributed towards the goal. Just, yeah, look at that. All we needed was somebody to start here. And then this isn't complete. So you can see that there's 5% left to play. But given that this is at 25, we would have just needed someone to start for 35, and then we would have won something from the game week. It would have only been a tier 5, most likely. But it's still better than nothing, isn't it? So that pretty much just sums up a lot of how the game week went. Premier League in season didn't do that good. An actual very good result for Luton, like claiming a last-minute draw, but that type of performance didn't really help us, and we didn't think we were going to do that good. And of course, Doughty caused that error that led to the goal. And then, yeah, we took a bit of a gamble with Messi. It didn't pay off, but even if he'd have played, we would have likely still missed out on something here. It's just been one of those game weeks, really. Look, we've got players still to play in All-Star Rare, but it doesn't really matter because this team's dead in the water. This one I was really hoping we could do well in. And my Champion America is quite strong, actually. And I was hoping that we could sneak a tier 5. Last week, we won a card from this team. And I was hoping we could go for 2 out of 2. But we technically still have a chance to win something. We're 90 points away from a tier 5. But what we basically need is we need a perfect score of 100 from Zampedri. And just to be honest with you, we're not going to get it. It's very unlikely we're going to get it. What we actually needed here was we needed the Quito boys to not concede. They were winning 3-0. And I think by like the 70th minute or something, they then conceded 1 goal, which is really annoying. Because if they hadn't have done that, we would have got about, we would have got like another 30 points or so. And it just would have made it a little bit easier then, more realistic to think, could we actually sneak into the card rewards here? But yeah, unfortunately not. This team came close. We would have missed out if we had changed the goalkeeper. So we had another goalkeeper that we played. It was, Hervé Kofi. Kofi's score was wasted in this team. But if we'd have put Kofi into here, then it wouldn't have mattered because we would have still missed out on a card reward. So this kind of level of scoring was not that great from the Vitesse boys, but of course this was really, really decent. So yeah, it's been one of those weekends, really. What about you guys? I won't go through the rest of them because it's just, it's just a little bit, it's a bit of a downer, isn't it? Where you have to go through all of your teams and sort of talk about how they've not done. But I think you can kind of get the gist of it. Look, that we had a couple of good scores apart from this was shocking. And then we just had, just not enough consistency from everyone. So just one of those game weeks, unfortunately. I am in 43rd in All-Star Rare. Happy that I managed to pick up a good team, but my forward Quintero's game got abandoned with around 30 minutes left due to crowd trouble, I think. Oh, dear. I think it's a good chance to go on and grab another decisive. Is his game getting replayed before the game week is done? Because if so, that's not really going to hurt you. But if it isn't, then that will hurt you a little bit. But still, 40-30 is really good. So congrats to Moldy. Arthur, the two midfielders I bought both scored 55 plus. So good last-minute scouting from me. Nice, well done. Who were the two midfielders that you got, Arthur? And hello to Big Merc as well. Big Merc says he's getting a tier 3 from 2nd Div Europe, 3 points away from a tier 3, 298 in cap 240, went for 340 and lace and shit the bed. Oh man, brutal. There is a temptation for me to do in the cap 240 limited. There's definitely a temptation where I think, you know, if I went for the 270, look, I'd be winning the $2 every week. Because since they've added it into the game, I've hit like 270 every week in limited. So I would have technically probably earned $6 or $8 by now. It is making me think, do I just do the $2? But there's also a huge part of me that's like, well, no, because I don't care too much about the $2. As I mentioned before, I'd much rather just try and hit the 8. So I think I'm still going to just keep doing that. But yeah, if we'd have put this at 270, then we would have at least hit limited threshold. Exactly. Go big or go home, isn't it? I absolutely agree with you, Big Merc. I'd much prefer to just go for something that feels worthwhile. And then if we don't win it and we just miss out on $2, and who cares really? So yeah, it wasn't to be. For a while, it looked like we might be able to do it. But then, of course, Alanyaspor conceded. They always concede. They're quite a frustrating team to have a stack with. You hit the 340 once in 4 weeks, covers the same if you hit the 270 4 weeks in a row. Yeah, it does. I think I'm at the point now where I haven't hit the 340. Yeah, if I'd have just done the 270 for the 4 game weeks, then I would have obviously hit like the $8, right? So yeah, I think that seems fine when you are at least hitting 340 like once every 4 weeks, right? Because then it's like, well, you haven't missed out. But when you haven't even done that and you've come close, but you then would have hit 270 every week, then it's like, oh God, should I have been doing the 340? But I think I'm still going to do it. Yeah, still going to give it a go. All right. So yeah, that's how I've done. Not great. I was really hoping for a lot more. I'm very happy with my players that I've got though. So it's not really like I need to do anything. The thing that I know with my players is that, if I just bring up my gallery here, when you're running like a budget gallery, the thing to always keep in mind is that your players are not going to smash every week. So you're going to have to be patient and you're going to have to just accept that there's going to be some game weeks like this where you get some good performances, but you don't get good performances from everyone. You can see here that my highest costing outfield player is Peter Musa, who has an average price of £85. Now, that's kind of a lot for me because I wouldn't go and spend that on an outfielder. I tend to buy my rare outfielders for £30 or less. So having someone that's got an average of that is a lot for me. But compared to some of the big boys out there and the whales out there, this is child's play, £85. Those types of galleries will have players that be worth hundreds, right? Maybe even thousands. And I think if I had that type of gallery and then I delivered like a game week like this here, then I'd be very concerned because I'd be like, wow, I have a lot of money spent and invested in top quality players, but I've not won anything. That wouldn't be good. But with a budget gallery, it's actually the sort of thing that you expect that every other game week or so, there might be, or maybe not every other game week, but like every other time here or there, there's going to be a game week where it doesn't really work for you, and this was one of them. So yeah, bit disappointing, but it is what it is, and we go again in the next game week. And I think actually we've got a good chance in the next game week to, like the midweek game week, we've got a good chance to, I think, get a reward so we can bounce back and win something in the midweek. I'll go through that a little bit later, but we're going to dive into the midweek, I think, in a minute. If Conor Gallagher starts despite having a virus, then maybe some ETH in the EPL in-season as well. I'd rather scout and buy cheap players who can skyrocket. The feeling when a player rises in price and your scouting pays off is so nice. I agree, yeah. That's one of the big reasons why I don't really tend to go out and buy like really expensive players, because I prefer to find the players that most of those managers will just ignore or just won't even look at. And then, but I'll know that they're good, and I know that they have a great chance to score very well in the game, but also a great chance to increase in price as well. And I feel like when you scout like that, for me personally, I get a lot more satisfaction out of playing the game that way. There'll be some managers that will get more satisfaction out of going out and buying the big name players, right? Spending the big bucks, getting the big name players, and putting together like superstar teams, and then seeing how well they do. And there's nothing wrong with that at all. But yeah, I'm with Twitch Gaming. That's not really for me. I actually just prefer to target like players that, are not mainstream, that are not big names, but have the potential to do really well. Which is why my gallery, when you look at it, my gallery doesn't really have like big name players at all in it. It's got, oh my God, my voice is going. Excuse me, sorry. It's got a lot of good players in it, but you definitely wouldn't say that it's full of players which are like household names or anything, because it's not really. I quite like that it's not. Hello to FBL Thinker. FBL, how was your weekend? How was your game week, man? In all the games that you play. Yeah. I mean, I agree, yeah. It's almost like having a Haaland's great, but I would like to try and find the next Haaland. I'd like to try and discover that type of player and then buy them really cheap and then just like sit on them and wait for them to explode. I think one of the frustrating things at the moment with playing Sorare in that way as a budget manager is that even when you do spot players that are very, very good, that maybe are not bought by loads of managers, maybe there's a short supply of them as well, and they're doing relatively well, there seems to be less and less of an opportunity to make a profit on them or for their price to really explode. And I've seen that with a lot of my players where, and you can kind of see it here too, that some of my players are rising, a lot of my players are going down, and it's not like they're really doing anything bad. It's just a case of the market dynamics just seeping over and draining any possible opportunity I've got to sell, or not even just to sell, but just to kind of see the scouting pay off. Because it's nice when you've got players that are doing well in Sorare, in the SO5 game, the fantasy game. I think it's also nice when you buy that player really cheap and then you're checking out their price and you're thinking, okay, they're absolutely going through the roof. So I've obviously scouted that player really, really well. I bought them low. I spotted a player that people weren't really looking at, but now they are looking at him, which is why his price is going through the roof. And kind of when you see those types of players that aren't really doing that, it can be a little bit demoralizing because you think, well, I scouted them, I spotted them. They are good players, but they're just not really increasing. So as a budget manager, if you're trying to do that, I'd say keep doing it. For anyone in the chat, don't worry too much about the prices, although of course you've always got to keep them in mind. But if you just, spot players and you believe that they have good scoring potential, that they have a good supply in the game, and that you believe that they have the potential to offer more for you in Sorare's fantasy game, but also potentially price-wise, then just go with your instincts and don't worry too much about prices, because I think we all know, especially, maybe you don't know if you're new, but for the guys in here that have been playing Sorare for a while now, I'd say the lack of opportunity for prices to really go through the roof now, I think is pretty much commonplace, as in, like, we know that the way that the game's going and the way the game has been operating with the market is that those opportunities are less and less. So the price evolution's less and less important. But what's more important in the state of the game is just investing in players, good players that you think can do well long term. FBL says pretty shit in Sorare. Seattle game postponed, and then had Solanke captain in the Premier League in season. Oh dear, need I tell more? Nah, that's horrible. Yeah, it's been one of those weekends for me as well. FBL, where it's just nothing's come off. Yeah, nothing really great talking about. Best example for me is the fee. I won him as a reward when he was injured. A lot said he won't score like he did for Lorient, but I knew what he's capable of, kept him, and now we're here. Lovely, yeah. It is quite nice when those types of players really pay off. It really is. It's a great feeling. The reverse in UC, pretty good. Alfie May and Operi helped to 4th in the UC Pro. I didn't actually see what Operi done. He's a new signing for me, and I know he's very good. He's been very good in Ultimate Champions for a long time, but I've not really checked how he actually scored. This is how I done on UC. It actually wasn't a great game week for me in the leagues on UC, because we only got 1,378, which was a very low score for the leagues, really. We had a couple of like DMPs, and then our bench players coming in didn't really score that good. So yeah, that's not really what you want. You want your bench players to score amazing if they're going to come in, for the likes of Frimpong. Well, even Frimpong's not getting a score because we've only got one defender here, and we had 2 defenders that didn't play. So only one defender can come in for another defender, and we can't have a midfielder or a forward coming in for a defender. So we don't get any points at all from Frimpong. And then our other players here just didn't score that good. So yeah, but let's have a look. I'm quite interested to see what Operi scored now. Oh wow, he hit 311. Oh, that's brilliant. Really good. You have him twice as a common. I've got Operi a few times as well. Yeah, Frimpong was suspended. Oh, there you go. I missed that one entirely. Yeah. I was a bit surprised that Arujo didn't play. Maybe Arujo is injured. I don't know. But yeah, I probably should have checked that a little bit closer. And then tournaments-wise, just have a little look. So, wow. Oh my God. I'm actually winning some Una here. Wow. That's pretty impressive, given that I just autofill the tournaments. To actually come away with some Una is lovely. I'm mainly just playing the tournaments here just to farm the MGC, the green coin, and we're not expecting to do anything great in the tournaments. But we actually came 14th in the amateur 5-a-side. We'll have a little look at that in a minute. And then, yeah, we came 233rd here for 50 and 567th for 30 here. Wow. I mean, the Una amount is so low that it's a bit laughable in the amateur. I mean, 10 Una is basically 50p. Well, not even that. It's 50 cents, actually. So, yeah, this is why I really don't like the amateur or the free-to-play amateur side. because I think that personally, I feel like there should be a bigger distribution of the Una, so that there's just a little bit more that you get rather than it being 10 here. But yeah, we're not going to complain too much. It's free money. We just about squeezed it as well because you have to finish in the top 15. We finished 14th. And this was the team which we did not know at all that we put this in. We just auto-filled. I didn't even really give it a look. And it just so happened that we played a Perry in here. So a lot of our score came from him. Pretty cool. Hello to Graham. How you doing, man? Yeah, you did mention Alfie May, yeah. You won 600 Una. Wow. How much is that in dollars then, the 600 Una? That's very good. Very, very good. What's this here? We've received an offer from Demold, which I'm guessing is Moldy here in the chat. So Moldy is sending us Eden, Viscar, Pepe, and Mendy. So very, very generous there from Moldy. Thank you so much, man. And we will give those out to the community on the next giveaway. So when we have a giveaway time activated, we'll throw them in so that you guys can win them. I'll put my code in here. There we go. That's really good, man. Oh, the password's invalid. Oh God. All right, let's try that again. Getting my password wrong. Oh, there. My nuclear length passcode. Right, that should be the one. And then we've got to do the codes again. Okay. There we go. Yeah, so thanks a lot for that, Moldy. Appreciate that, man. Did you already share how your game week went? I think you did, didn't you, Moldy? If you haven't, then please let us know how it went for you this weekend in the games that we cover. Yeah, so Ultimate Champions, not so great. Although we do win some Una, which was completely unexpected. It's not a huge amount, but we take it. We'll have another crack at that in the midweek. In Pooky, this is quite interesting, Pooky. We done better than last week. Last week, we won nothing at all. So we kept half of the strategy, but then we changed the other half. And basically, we applied the same strategy for one league, and then we completely done a different strategy just to try and mix it up to see if we could get back into the rewards. And we are going to win something. You can see in the German league, we have projected rewards of 0.65, which is not a lot. So 0.65 Matic is about 40, 50p, right? It's really not a lot. But this was a league where we basically put the same score, 3-1, and it took us a minute to do. So for a minute's worth of our time, it's not too bad. We didn't get an exact score at all. So we were hoping we could get one exact score of 3-1. If we'd have got that, then we probably would have been able to win a lot more. And look, we had a 3-1 score, but it was 3-1 the other way. We had a 2-1 that was nearly a 3-1 for Freiburg. We had a 2-1 here that was nearly a 3-1. This at one point looked like it could be 3-1. It ended up being 3-3. So we were actually kind of a little bit unlucky to not win more. And yeah, I quite like this strategy where we just put the same score in and it doesn't take long to do. And then we just kind of sit back and see what we win. So we're going to win a little bit there. The POC is also useful too. And then in the USA League, you can see that we have projected rewards of 3.11 Matic and 169.78. So, you know, like a lot better than the German League. And we did get an exact score in here. This, funny enough, was a league on Pooky that we decided to try and analyze a bit more seriously. So we tried to like look into the stats and we tried to do some research on games. We did, for the most part. I think towards the end, we didn't really do that much. We just kind of put in whatever. And it probably shows, to be fair, because look, we had our 3 scores here out of our last 5 that didn't give us any points at all. So I think probably up until that point, we were doing pretty good at analysing the games. That's okay. I'm quite happy to win something from the USA League because last week we didn't win anything. So pretty cool. We'll take it. I also need to announce the winner of the Beat the Base this week. So the winner was in the USA League was Bruzzle. So Bruzzle, who actually finished second on the overall leaderboard for the base leaderboard, ended up winning the sticker this week. I haven't announced it formally. This is the first time I'm announcing it. Look at Packers 15. Look, Packers 15 came 4th there. Hardy Street came 2nd in the Beat the Base leaderboard here. But Bruzzle won it with 1,146 points, which is incredible because it means that he was very, very, very accurate. He must have got quite a few exact scores on the weekend in the USA League. So he's going to win a Pooky sticker from me. The Pooky sticker he's going to win, I believe we said it was going to be was it the Bilbao one? I think it was the Bilbao one. Yeah. The Monaco one we gave away, but it hasn't been claimed. I don't know what's going on. I don't know whether people realize that we are doing a series every week where you can win Pooky stickers, because I feel like the last 3 or 4 that we've given away have simply not been claimed. So I don't know whether I need to do like a reminder to everyone on Twitter or whatnot to say, you do realize that you can win stickers because they're not being claimed, the ones that are won. So Bruzzle, if you are listening or if you're here, please make sure that you claim it because you've rightfully won it. So yeah, we've got 19 energy left over. It seems a shame just to have 19. I'm a little bit tempted actually to, well, I'm tempted in a way to buy the energy just to get 1. But actually what we could do is we have all of this here. And I think if we claim these rewards, then what we'll be able to do is we'll be able to upgrade probably a couple of Pokeballs and stickers. And if we do that, we might be able to then just earn an extra 1, because then we'll have 20 to spend in the next game week. So let's just do that now. Let's claim these ones first of all. Okay. So we have enough to upgrade these stickers here, but what we really want to try and do is upgrade a Pokeball as well. So if we claim the Pokeball experience here, oh my god, the gas fee is quite high actually at the moment. It's telling me that the fee would be 7p. That's a lot. Usually we pay like 1p, but 7p is a lot. So again, ordinarily I wouldn't do this. I would just wait until later. But because I just said on the stream that we want to try and do it, let's just do it. But if you can, you should try not to pay that amount in a gas fee on Pooky. Just try to do it when it only costs you 1p or something. Yeah, the gas fees are really high, aren't they, Scuds? Hello to you, man, as well. How did the weekend go for you, Scuds? Pooky is freezing up while I play it on desktop. Are you facing the similar? I haven't had any freezing, no. I haven't had any freezing at all. So maybe it's something to do with your browser or your computer. unless others have been experiencing the same. I haven't, it's not been playing up for me or anything like that at all. Twitch Gaming. Sorry, FBL. We've got the German ball to upgrade. We can take this one to level 56, and hopefully when we upgrade it, we'll get an additional 1 energy. So let's do it now. We take it up to level 56 here. We use the POC. It's going to cost us 256.275, but it's okay because we have 1,400 that we've been storing up. So again, this is why it's really good. It's only going to cost us 1p now to do it. This is why it's really good, just to kind of have a nice buffer, a nice balance of POCs stashed up. So that even when you have a pretty underwhelming game week like we did, we didn't really win a lot, it's not going to hold us back from still progressing in Pooky. So let's do that on the draw. Okay, then we refresh the page here. Okay. So we didn't get an additional 1 energy here. I was hoping we would, but we didn't. So what we will do instead is we will go over to the stickers here, and we'll upgrade these stickers, and then maybe that'll be enough to take us over. So we're going to upgrade this one too. What's going on here? Came up with like a little warning message in my MetaMask to tell me that it wasn't safe. But I've just rejected that and then done it again, and now it looks better. Okay, so we upgrade our rare whale sticker there. And then we're going to upgrade the Stuttgart one and the Leipzig one. And hopefully, yeah, because look, we can max this one out now. Hopefully, once we've maxed these out, we can then go to... We can go to 20 energy. Antoine X, how you doing, man? Thank you so much for the sub. Welcome into the channel again. Pooky Scout, when you level up your stickers, does your prestige go up? Yeah, it does, yeah. That's why we're leveling up our stickers now, because if our prestige goes up, then it means that we can get more energy. So we have a prestige of 43 here. If we do the Stuttgart one now, we take this one. Wow, look, this is level 11. We can probably take this up quite a lot. Look, we can take this one up to 19. This is going to add to our prestige too. And then hopefully it also just pushes us over so that we have enough prestige to get an extra 1 energy, which is what we're kind of trying to do this for. Look, we refresh the page now. We still don't get it. But look, our prestige has gone up to 43.1. But we still don't get that extra energy that we were looking for. What we could do... We have enough stickers now where I think we can ascend one. Look, I think we can technically ascend the Leipzig one. We have a few that we could ascend, but I really wouldn't mind ascending the Leipzig one. Let's do it. I've never ascended. This is the first time I've ever ascended anything on Pooky. So if you don't know what ascension is, it allows you to upgrade from a lower level scarcity to a higher level scarcity, and you do that by effectively burning off the other in-game items that you don't want. So we're going to try and upgrade this one. Now, there's a couple of ways that we can do it. We can use 2 stickers to do it if they are the identical stickers. So if we had another Leipzig one that was then maxed out, then we could just like basically burn one of them to then create a higher level. So it will be creating a rare scarcity Leipzig sticker. Now, we don't have another Leipzig one. So what we could do instead is we could do 1 max level plus 5 stickers of any level, or we can do 3 max level stickers, right? Now, we have quite a few stickers, but a lot of the stickers that I have because I'm giving them away. So I could use these, right, technically, but I think we probably need to keep hold of them. That being said, look, I've got the Brest and the Valencia one. They're actually on a pooky ball, so it would remove them from that pooky ball, and then it would burn them. Seems a bit of a shame though, because this is level 38, so I don't think that's probably the right thing to do. The Valencia one's only level 7. The 4-1 is only level 8, so we could technically burn those off. Like, if I wanted to do it, I would probably do like that, then that. I wouldn't burn the international one. I could do those two as well, and then we could just buy more stickers. But the problem is that, look, I would need to throw in an extra one. Maybe I do just use this one. So then we're going to burn off Brest, Le Havre. Quite difficult to see them. Like the 4-1, Brest, Valencia, Le Havre, and then Monaco, which was the sticker that wasn't claimed last week. Do your different balls have their own POC? No. No. The POC just covers all of your balls in the game. It covers everything in the game. So if we done that, we would burn off these 5 effectively. It would then create a rare Leipzig. I think I'm going to do it. Yeah, I'm going to do it. We've left the Bilbao one because that's the one we're giving away this week. To guarantee security, we need an authorization to ascend your stickers. We'll only ask for this once, okay? Okay. When we do this, I'm hoping that, here we go, look, ascending will consume and merge these 5 stickers. So these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, these stickers here are basically going to be burnt off. And it's then going to allow us to upgrade this one from a common to a rare. So why don't we do it? Ascend. Okay. Oh, it's quite expensive to do. It's going to cost us 16p to do this here. The fees are racking up. And you can see here, look, it says this may take a few minutes. It's just ascending it. We're going to leave it on this page because I'm actually quite interested to see how long it does take to ascend our sticker. How are you guys getting on ascending your own things in Pooky? Has anybody ascended anything this weekend, or are you guys close to ascending Pooky balls or stickers? Yeah, I think just because the crypto's quite high at the moment, I think, FBL. I think crypto all around is having a bit of a resurgence, a bit of a surge. And I think because it's having a surge, it means that the networks are more busy as well. We last did Beat the Base Serie A on the 12th of December and Germany on the 12th of January. Have you been keeping track? I don't tend to keep track from historically. You didn't know you could ascend stickers. You thought it was just balls, so you're going to have to look at that. Yeah, it's well worth doing, I think. So this is still taking a little time to do. Don't worry, guys. We are going to vote again. Probably today, we're going to vote on what is the new league. Wow, look at that. So we've now got a rare Leipzig sticker, which looks really cool. Okay, this was a common. We've upgraded it to a rare. Looks great. If we open the sticker now, you can see that it comes up with Ascended plus 10%. Okay, it's now at level 0. So when it was a common, we maxed it out to 40. Now it's gone up to the next rarity. It starts at level 0. So we can begin upgrading it once we start using it. From the looks of it, the annoying thing here is that it doesn't look like we've gone up enough to get an extra energy. Oh, we have. There we go. Look at that. I was going to say, like, we must surely get extra energy from ascending a sticker. So now we've basically got an extra 3. Look at that. We had 19. We've got that extra 3. So it's paid off way better than just buying the energy. We were just able to use what we had to just upgrade it. And then doing that, we're going to get more energy. We've gone up to a prestige of 43.5 as well, overall. So now we've got 22. What we can do is we can pay 20 of that forward into the next game week. We haven't started to predict in any of the next games in Game Week 69, but what we would do is we would again start to predict in the German League, and I think we would do the USA League again. So, yeah, we gained 0.4 prestige. So let's go back into the German League to spend the 20. We've got Cologne versus Leipzig. I think Leipzig could probably do a 3-1 on them, maybe a 2-1, but I just don't think Cologne are that good. So I think we would probably do... Oh, this is interesting. Okay, hold on a minute. Do we need to reapply the sticker? I think we do. Yeah, look, our Leipzig sticker, since we've ascended it, it's been removed from our German League ball, so we need to reapply it to the German League ball. So we go into this ball here. Okay, look, now that sticker slot is available. So because it's a German League ball and that was a German sticker, we might as well throw it on this one here so that now we get an additional boost in it, to our German League boost. We now get a Leipzig boost on here, and it's going to be a nice rare one. Here we go. Throw that back on. We're about to apply it, confirm. Okay, we're going to get more fees here. God, we paid a lot in fees today. Paid, I think at the moment, about 40p worth of fees in the last 5 or 10 minutes, which is a lot. Okay, so this is now on this Pooky ball. And by doing that, we go up in prestige even more. So we were at 40.5, I think we were. We're now at 41.1 because we've just increased the prestige of this Pooky ball by adding a Leipzig sticker, a rare one, onto it. But we don't get enough prestige to give us even more energy, unfortunately. Cool. Okay, good. So now if we go back into the German League and we go into game week 69, and then we can predict whatever ones in here we want to, but let's start with the first three. Then we're going to use our German ball, and you can see we've now got our Leipzig sticker on it. So we're going to do 3-1 to Leipzig here. I might mix up my strategy in the German League a little bit. We've got Mainz versus Bochum. Mainz just got hammered. I'm actually going to go for 2-1 here. I think Mainz will beat them. It could be 1-1, but I think we're going to do 2-1 here. I'm going to try and do over 2.5 in every game because this is an over 2.5 ball. Let's do that. Okay, and then we've got 2 energy left over. So what we can do is before tomorrow where we get a new refill of our energy, what we can do is we can just check the points we're getting from these 2 games here. And if the odds change enough that it's worth us updating the prediction, then we can do it just so that we don't lose the 2 energy. Because if you don't use it, you lose it. It doesn't carry over to the next game week. So we can update any of these 2 predictions now over the next 24 hours. Do you pay a network fee when you level up your Pokeball? Yeah, when you level up your Pokeball, you have to pay a gas fee. If you are not on the sequence wallet. I think maybe even if you are on the sequence wallet, Pooky might not be covering the gas fees at the moment, given that the fees are quite high. Because they have done it in the past before, but when the fees start to become too high, they will not cover them. So keep that in mind. I'm actually quite happy, though, that we're going to win some money from the weekend on Pooky, because look, 3.11 here and then 0.65 here means that we'll then have around 12, just shy of 12 Matic, right, in our account. And then what that allows us to do, because we're going to get that tomorrow, what that then allows us to do is that we can then go and buy a starter pack tomorrow for 9 Matic, which of course we're going to do because 9 Matic is really, really cheap for this type of starter pack. So I think that's what we're going to do tomorrow. We're going to replenish some of our stickers, especially that we've just burnt 5 away to ascend a sticker. We're going to use our winnings from the weekend on Pooky to pick up 1 starter pack. But we're going to have to be super quick because if you don't know, the starter packs sell out within a minute. So when the drop is happening tomorrow, it's going to be what? Tomorrow at, what is it, 6 o'clock, is it? I think it's tomorrow at 6, isn't it? UK time. We're going to need to be bang here on time in order to get them. Hello to Mark Gork. How you doing, man? You can't do it on Wednesday, no. It's on Friday. FBL. Yeah, so whilst we're on Pooky, I think that'll be the strategy. I'll use the winnings to buy another sticker pack. And then once we've got that sticker pack, we can then give out stickers from that to you guys out there in the community. And then I think for the next game week 69, I'm going to continue to fully predict the German League. And then we're going to go back into the USA League, I think. And we're then going to try and do better than what we've done this weekend in the USA League. Yeah. Not Wednesday, yeah. It's not Wednesday because we redeemed it on Friday. So if we'd have redeemed it last Wednesday, then it could have then just been every Wednesday, right? But because we redeemed it on Friday and there's a week cooldown on it, it then now technically has to be every Friday. Yeah. So every Friday will open up. I think the difficulty with having a set date is that it's probably not going to work actually. To be honest with you, it's nice to have a set date where we can do it, but it depends on when it gets redeemed. So even if I open it up on Friday, right, and I think it will probably be redeemed on Friday, but let's say that if I opened it up on Friday, it didn't get redeemed, and then let's say on the Sunday or the Monday, I then had it opened up again, and somebody redeemed it on the Monday, then it would then start being available every Monday. So it's going to be dependent on when somebody redeems it, I think. Yeah, but I don't think as I said, Twitch Gamer, I don't think the fixed date's really going to work for that reason, because it depends on when somebody redeems it, right? So we can try to do it every Friday, but yeah, if it doesn't get redeemed on Friday, and then I would then basically have to not open up not make it available for the next Friday. So we can try like that, I guess, right? But yeah, we'll see how it goes. All right. What we'll do, because we've kind of done what we need to do on Pooky for the time being, we're just waiting for our new energy. We can't actually do anything on Pooky right now. We've done everything we needed to. We've claimed we've claimed all of our rewards. We've upgraded the Pokeballs that we need to, and we've just ascended a sticker. We probably could technically upgrade another sticker, couldn't we? If we wanted to. But it would mean that we'd have to upgrade these ones. And I think, personally, I don't want to be burning maxed out commons. I'd much prefer to use the maxed out commons to then ascend those ones, and then just use the level 0 stickers to then upgrade them. So yeah, I'm really hoping that we get something new on Pooky soon, because I do love this game and I think it's really fun and really cool. But I do think it's also a little bit frustrating how, you get into these moments where you can't do anything. There's nothing to do. And there's not like a game mode that we can play daily now. There's nothing we can actually do. So I hope we get like a good upgrade or a good update from Pooky soon, which allows the game to get to the next level. So they're going to evolve it. And so that users then have more to do whilst they're waiting for their weekly energy to reset. So for now, we'll move it back. But if you guys want to get involved, then please don't forget to use the link in the chat. So there's the link for Pooky. Please do use it, because you not only get like free stuff when you use that link, and the free stuff you get are a free Pokeball to help you play the Rookie League, where you can then win a Pokeball worth money. You also get a minimum actually of 100 POC tokens. You can get a lot more than that if you buy a higher level Pokeball. And the POC tokens are currency that you need to use in game to help you to progress. Plus, you also get a 5% discount off your first purchase in the game with that link. So do use it if you still haven't taken the leap to Pooky yet. It's the best link out there that you can use to get started in the game. We've got an arena ticket to claim. Let's claim it. That's all we're really doing on Rivals at the moment. Just claiming the arena tickets, okay? Free Tip Scout, did you see Insigne's goal? I did, yeah. It was a good goal, actually. Very good goal. I saw that goal. I saw Evander's goal as well. Evander's goal was brilliant. So I think this could be the year that Evander starts to show what we all know he can do, but he didn't really do it enough last year. So Evander and Insigne could be having an amazing season, hopefully, this year. This is the midweek at the moment. Game week 4, 5, 8. So tomorrow, there's a handful of games here. There's some Champions League. There's a championship game. There's another Champions League game, but it's the CONCACAF Champions League game. Then Wednesday, there's a handful of games here. Funny enough, the Luton Town game is not showing up. So you can see here that Luton are playing Bournemouth on Wednesday. And unless Sorare have updated it, it doesn't show up in the game. Look, it shows up as an NG. Look. So if you have Luton Town players and you're confused because you see the NG, or maybe you have Luton Town players but you've not lined them up yet, because when you've been lineup building. Obviously, when you lineup build, most of the time when you lineup build, it will naturally default to show you the players that have a game, right, in the next game week. And then the ones that don't have a game, you then have to make sure that this is tabbed on to see them, right? So if you have Luton Town players and you weren't aware that Luton Town are playing this in the midweek, then you need to tab the no game this week, and then you need to select them and lineup build with them. And then hopefully today, I have no idea why it's not showing here, but it's showing on Sorare data. Sometimes Sorare are very slow at updating the actual games, but it's bizarre how Sorare data is more accurate than the actual game itself. But basically what Sorare need to do is they need to update this to show that Luton have a game on Wednesday. And then, yeah, any of you guys that have them can then be at rest that they're going to be played. Free Tip Scout, I have already raised a ticket with Sorare for it. Oh, that's true, isn't it? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I forgot. This was the game that was, yeah, you're right. It's not going to show. This is the game that was abandoned, wasn't it, for Tom Loikia? So it isn't going to score. Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, good point. I forgot about that. Yeah, so it won't score anything. That's why it's not showing. Yeah. Hope that Free Tip Scout also opens the coupons before the deadline as well. It won't score because the way it works in Sorare is that if there's a game that's abandoned, then it's then rescheduled, then the scoring from the first game, that's the only one that will apply. So this game will be played again, but the scoring won't resume. Okay, it would resume if that game was rescheduled to play in the game week that it was originally played in. But if it's rescheduled for a later game week, then the scoring doesn't continue. Then it's just the scoring from the first game that got cancelled that takes hold. Yeah, it is going to catch a lot of people out. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's quite easy to forget about that, actually. I mean, look, I forgot about it myself on the stream until you guys reminded me. But yeah, because it was the cancelled game, it's then rescheduled. It doesn't continue scoring. They just, that game is basically considered to be the original game, but the scoring doesn't continue. Okay. All right, let's have a look at some games here then. Birmingham, Middlesbrough, that's actually a bit tricky. Middlesbrough technically are the better team here. Don't think there's actually many cards. Is there really? Oh, I'll tell a lie. There's quite a few. You don't really want to be targeting the Birmingham players for this game. If you're going to be looking at it, you do probably want to be targeting Middlesbrough. They're in the better form. Birmingham are actually fighting to avoid relegation. So they need a big result here. Got a couple of interesting players, haven't they? Got a couple of players that, because I haven't really checked their team out. They've got Roberts in here. Doesn't have a card though. Burke, this guy was the guy that spent a lot of time Red Bull Leipzig way back in the day. Was supposed to be this wonder kid, but it's not really turned out for him. Dembele's not bad. If Dembele played, he'd be interesting, but looks like he's going to be a bench player. Luke Thomas is great, though. He's only got an L15 of 33 as well. Been on the bench a few times, but he's a good player. Luke O'Brien's good. Ayling's decent. Vandenberg is pretty useful, actually. He's quite young still as well. This guy here. Getting some good scores in his AA. Like this guy too, Bangura, but he doesn't really tend to start at the moment. I think he's been injured as well. Yeah, look. He used to play at Canberra. He's really cheap in his rare. Oh my God, look at his rare. His rare's like £2.21. But over the last 30 days, he was selling for £1.19. 4 days ago, he sold for £1. That's incredible. Probably will pick him up for that kind of price, really. A Bangura. I mean, he's like, his average is like 3 times more than his limited. That is mental. Yeah, interesting. Did I don't think I've been getting... Yeah, I did. There we go. Thank you. Thanks, Ligma, for the sub. Appreciate it, man. I don't remember hearing it, but thank you. I can see that I got it. So thank you, Ligma, for the resub, man. My sound alerts were playing up before I went live, which is why we were a little bit late to go live today. So I don't think this is necessarily a game that you want to target. Although I have to be honest with you, there are a couple of players in here, especially for Middlesbrough, that have some really good L15s. Look, Lewis O'Brien with an L15 of 42 is actually quite attractive. How much? What's Ayling's L15? Look, 42 for Luke Ayling. Wow. He's doing really good at the moment too. So a couple of options there. Let's move it on. Barcelona, Napoli. Very difficult game. Wasn't it 1-1 from the first leg? Or am I just making that up? Yeah, it was 1-1 from the first leg. Who's going to win that one? Who do you think's going to get through here, guys? I've got to back Barcelona at home. You never know with Napoli, though. They've got such good players, but you'd have to say Barcelona need to be the favourites here to win it, or to at least get through. Predictions, guys. Predictions for this game. Barcelona versus Napoli. Who wins? What's the score going to be? Who goes through? Does it go to extra time? to go to penalties even? What do you reckon? Xiao's a lot of money in limited. Barca 3-1. Lamau hat-trick. You mean Yamal, sorry. Lamine Yamal. He's been amazing so far this season. Given how young he is, look, at 16, it's unbelievable. How much is Christensen? Christensen's only £6. That's pretty good, actually, for a Barca defender. That has the potential to hit 80s and 90s. Di Lorenzo. Difficult game for Di Lorenzo, because he's going to have to try and contain Yamal. Where's the exits is Barca 1-0. You don't think Napoli are going to score at all? Even with all the players they've got, you don't think they're going to score? It could be that type of game, couldn't it? It could be that type of game where, because there was really not much between the two sides from the first leg, and they know what's at stake here. It could be very edgy and very tense. Okay. Arsenal-Porto. Arsenal were poor against Porto in the first leg. Bring that up. So they lost 1-0. They've got it all to do in this second leg now. They should get the win, Arsenal, to be honest with you. They should get it done. If they don't get it done, then they've only got themselves to blame. But the home crowd behind them, the players they've got, they're top of the league right now in the Premier League. They should be going into this with a lot of confidence. So Porto are good, but Arsenal at home, you know, they need to get at least one goal to take it through to extra time. But I think Arsenal should be able to get 2. So I'm thinking that Arsenal will be able to win this one. Again, I think if you're looking for players, I don't think you necessarily want to target this game. And I think if you did want to target it, then you're going to need some big pockets anyway for it, because none of these players are really that cheap. I think even that Havertz at the moment, £18.65 is a lot for someone that's in good form, but has always struggled to show that consistency. So I would never spend that much on a Havertz, if I'm honest with you. I think if you do it, then you're probably buying at the peak price rather than buying low. I think if you wanted to buy a Havertz, you should have probably bought him when he was down here like a £5 a couple of weeks ago. This is not really the time to buy a Havertz, because he doesn't even have much time left of the season. So his price is eventually going to start returning to this again. I'd say what would be quite interesting, quite useful, is that if Sorare Data done an update where, you know, when you're looking at players here on this pitch screen, I think what would be really useful would be able to see what is their floor price right now, you know, because then it would make life so much easier to scout, where maybe you're just looking for a specific player and you like this game, but you kind of only have a certain amount of budget. Then rather than having to go into the players to see who you can afford, you can just immediately see straight away, okay, this guy's this price, this guy's this price, I've only got this, so I can then only afford this guy, right? I think that'll be quite a good update for Sorare data to do. All right, let's take a quick break. I'll be back in a second, guys. All right, guys, we're back again. So if you've just tuned in and you were wondering what we've been up to, we're just starting to take a look at the midweek game week in Sorare, game week 458. And we were just talking about this game. This is like a must-win game, really, for Arsenal, and you would expect them to win. Difficult game to call, really. as to whether it's going to be a high-scoring one or it's going to be an edgy one. I do think Arsenal will be able to get through, though. And they'll be gutted, I think, Arsenal, if they can't overturn the 1-0 deficit from the first leg. This is a good game. So this Champions League game here between Columbus Crew and Houston, this is actually a game that I would expect Columbus Crew to do very well in. So I would expect Columbus Crew to beat Houston here. They probably don't place very high up. So they're ranked fairly high up in the matchups tab or in the game week center. You can see that Arsenal are placed very high up, actually, at 78% to win, which is probably quite flattering for Arsenal. But I think you would expect them to win at home, but I don't think I'd place them that high up. Thomas asks, hello to Thomas on YouTube. I was wondering, don't you think it's better to have a few really strong lineups instead of a lot of medium teams in Sorare? Yeah, it is actually, yeah. It's much better to focus on quality rather than quantity, yeah. Hello also to... God, I can't actually see that because the text on the... Oh, it's Hatter. Here we go. LTFC Hatter. Couldn't see it because the text on this other screen I'm looking at, your name, is... funnily enough, the same colour as the background. So your name was merged in. I can see it now, Hatter. So yeah, the Columbus Crew game, I think, is actually a good one to target. Where's it gone? Here we go. Home game. Houston are good, but I think that Houston are going to struggle against Columbus away. Good team, Columbus Crew. Houston are also missing a big player for them. Hector Herrera. This guy here. If he was going to be fit and available for this game, then I'd say they have a chance, but I'm pretty sure he's not going to be. God, look at Aiden Morris. Aiden Morris is really expensive. It'd be a really good card to win as an in-season prize. Amundsen, who used to play for New York City FC, he's doing very well. Look, wow. Amundsen's price is rocketed to £25.61 in the limited, which I've got to be honest with you, is far too high. But you can see as well that a lot of that price is probably coming from his new season cards. Look. Oh my God. You kidding me? What? This is bonkers, really. So his number 1 went for 63. His number 3 went for £65. Then there's been some instant buys of him at £80. Guys, I'm not kidding. This is too much. This is far too much for this type of player. But now he's dropping a lot. But I do worry for the people that have bought him at this price, because what they're going to end up potentially seeing is that they massively, and I mean massively, overpaid for this type of player. At the time that he was bought for £82, you could have bought his old season card for... like, why is he even £31? This guy? It's too much. It's really too much. He is good. He's delivering some really good scores, but you can find defenders out there delivering the same, if not better, for way less than that. Oh, so expensive. Be careful if you're looking at him, because it's really expensive. It's actually too expensive. Yeah, the SofaScore stats are also from Opta. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they are. That's also because last year 14 cards got minted of him. What are you talking about, Tisdale? What do you mean? You're talking about this guy, Amundsen? I mean, in the limited, he's had loads of cards minted for him in limited for a long time. You can see that here. This is not the level of scoring that is worth £25. It's definitely not worth £80 in limited. So if a player has 2 tackles on SofaScore, how come he only has 1 in Sorare? Is that normal? Well, the way that SofaScore will basically mark some of their metrics down will sometimes be different from the metrics that Sorare use, so it's not like for like. Because what you'll find is that sometimes there'll be a tackle that we marked on SofaScore, but that tackle will be marked down as like a 1 duel on Sorare. So be careful. Yeah. Cool. Bring that up. Okay, Tigres. I think that this is a good fixture for Tigres. So if you have a Tigres collection, you probably want to be going hard against Orlando at home. Dortmund at home against PSV is a really good game. You'd expect Dortmund to win that, but PSV are very strong. This game's interesting. Yokohama Marinos are a good team. This guy is brilliant. He just joined them, didn't he? Kwashvili. Very good. He's delivered a really bad score in the last one. Do you think Porto to score away to Arsenal? I do, actually, yeah. I do. This guy's fantastic. This guy, Eduardo's brilliant. He has a really high L15, but his level of scoring can be monstrous. Look. He's been doing it a little bit towards the back end of last season. He even started off this season with a really big score. So if you didn't know about this guy, do check him out. Kamajima's also good too. He's younger as well, 27. But I personally prefer Eduardo. But you can see you're getting similar levels of scoring from him. Now he's getting more game time. Anderson Lopez is great. Elba's great. I mean, this is such a good team, actually, to try and stack with. How much is the goalkeeper? The goalkeeper is expensive, though. Goalkeeper at £71 is a lot in limited. So, yeah. Lopez is probably about 40. He's £13.59. Wow. That's great. This guy is a proven goal scorer. Goalkeeper has no cards. Yeah, the goalkeeper does have cards, isn't he? 145. limiteds and then 64 rares. His lack of supply definitely means that he has a higher price, right? But he's also playing for a team that is considered to be one of the best, if not the best, in the J1 League as well. His AA is very good too. So all of those factors are contributing towards him having a high price. But still, at the moment, this is actually too much given how cheap his rare is in comparison. So this is far overpriced, really. Like, this should almost be probably around 50, 40, rather than it being 70. But I think this is quite a good game. I'd like to know where that game stacks, actually. Yeah, look, it's pretty high up. You can see that the matchup indicators and all the stats here are pretty favorable across the board, apart from the goalkeeper. But I'd say that Marinos here, you could almost just ignore that stat, because Marinos are the stronger team. They have a good chance for a clean sheet as well, right? Yeah. It's pretty good. Yeah, I agree, Pirek, yeah. I think I would do what you would just suggested. I would also sell him. Like, if I owned him, I'd be selling him for 70. Robin Hood are playing. Wow. The Robin Hood Football Club, Bermuda. Wow. Oh, look, Aguilar is playing for them. Interesting. He scored 69 against them in the first leg, 2-0. This guy, a lot of you guys remember him from the K-League. He's brilliant. Yeah, that jersey would be brilliant, wouldn't it? Let's have a little look at Robin Hood. Robin Hood, Bermuda. What? Robin Hood. Oh my God, this is a pub as well in Bermuda. Robin Hood FC, though. There we go. Robin Hood FC, Bermuda. With one of the worst badges you're ever going to see. It looks like a student done it on a... Look at that. It's like a student done it on like a 50p budget. It's so bad. That's an awful badge, that. It must be... Oh, look. The club was founded in 1977 and players were registered in the local Robin Hood pub. So that pub that we just spotted, that is the birthplace of this club. Oh my God. Can we see their stadium? What if we can see their stadium? I bet their stadium looks pretty good, though. I wonder if the stadium's right next to the pub. I don't know whether that's them or not. It looks like it, isn't it? A badge for a hood. Robin Hood are from Suriname, not Bermuda. Why does it say Bermuda, though? Look, it clearly says they're in Bermuda. They're playing in the Bermudian Premier Division as well. So, not Suriname. You watched the game last week. What, between who? Between Robin Hood. You watched a Robin Hood game. He was from Sherwood Forest, yeah. Made Marion as the freaking physio. Yeah, is there another club called Robin Hood? Fuck off, was it live on Sky? Robin Hood. Yeah, okay, but I'm really confused as to what you're saying here, Moldy. Because you watched the game between Robin Hood and Herodinho, right? Herodanio, whatever. That this team here is the team that's from Bermuda. So I don't know. I genuinely don't know what you're saying to us, man. This team that we're looking at, which is the team that is playing in the midweek, is from Bermuda. It says it right here. So if there is another Robin Hood Suriname, then great. Let's check it now. But I don't think it's the... Is it this team? So this is Robin Hood in Suriname. But this isn't the team that's playing in the CONCACAF, is it? Is this the team? Is this it? Let's have a look. Let's have a little gander if we can find it. They're not even going to be up, are they? Let's have a little gander. Let's go on to Flash Score here. Oh, yeah, it is this one, isn't it? Fair enough, man. Fair play. Fair play, man. So the one that is being pulled here in Sorare data is actually, this is actually incorrect. This is not the Robin Hood team that is playing. It's actually a different one. It's a good spot. Yeah, good spot from Moldy there. Good spot indeed, man. All right. What's happened to game week 4, 5, 8 here on Wednesday? Why could we not see any games at all? We've got the Play Sharper Robin Hood expert, exactly. Okay, so the wrong Robin Hood. This one here is not the correct one, but pretty cool to discover there's a Robin Hood Bermuda team as well. What's a good game here? Yeah, we said the Tigres one. I think that's pretty good. This one's maybe okay, the Universitario one. But I think Lazio, Siliso actually are pretty okay. Let's move it on to Thursday. Yeah, there's a lot of games on Thursday. This is an interesting one, Villa Ajax, because they had a good first leg. Bayer Leverkusen should absolutely smash Karabag. Now, they made a mess of it in the first leg, but they'd be a good team to stack with. Bruges against Mold at home. Bruges are going to smash Mold. Same for Liverpool at home against Sparta Prague. So Liverpool stacks will dominate. West Ham Freiburg's an interesting one because I don't actually think that's easy. I think that Freiburg are a tricky team. This is actually potentially a good game to target for Pepe Reina. So if you are in need of a cheap goalkeeper and a low L15 goalkeeper, then Pepe Reina would be worth looking at. He's only 157. I bought him myself, so I can use him in the midweek. Inter Miami against Nashville. Is Messi expected to be back for that one? Yeah, he is, isn't he? Good game for Miami. Difficult one for Nashville. Probably not the type of game that you want to play your Joe Willis in if you don't need to. Well, not the Bournemouth guys, Arthur, because they're not going to score. The Bournemouth guys are not going to score, as we talked about earlier. This game here is kind of interesting because this game is ranked highest on the matchups tab. The Nacional versus Always Ready. Look, this one here, there's like a high win percentage, high clean sheet, high 3 goals scored. There is some data that's missing though, but this on paper looks to be the biggest mismatch, and I have Mauricio Pereira, who's going to be my captain, I think, this game week. This is the team that I'm going to run with, I think, this midweek. Was tempted to put the captaincy on Carlos Guerrero because Guerrero's in really good form, but given the mismatch for this game and it's at home, plus Pereira's got really good AA, I think he's going to be the one that I captain. I got a little bit lucky also bringing in this guy because I only had like 32 left over and I needed to find a defender or like an extra because I could play Cosio as the defender. But yeah, I got quite lucky because the Benitez has an L15 of 32 and he also plays for the same team as Carlos Garces there. Yeah, so you can see on the lineup builder, it's telling me to play Guzman, but of course we'd play Guzman as part of a full Tigres stack. So if we take him out, it would then say Kaminsky, but we know that Kaminsky's not going to score any points in the game this midweek. So then it's going to now default to Pepe Reina. And then we kind of have this team here. No, I don't think he will. I don't think he will, man. I think they'll give him game time. He played in the first leg. Sure, he didn't do that good, but there's nothing really to play for here. So I think he's going to play. I mean, I'd be interested to see what the expert for this game is saying, but I'd kind of be a little bit surprised if he wasn't going to be in the starting lineup. They have such a big deficit from the first leg that I don't think that they realistically are going to be able to make it up because they were like 4 or 5-0 down. Like this guy is saying it should be Pepe Reina again. I expect Reina to be in there. even Sorare data predicts the bench. They don't know. Look. Pepe Reina. And then look, 80% believe he's going to start. I also think he's going to start too. So I think for £1.57, we're going to take the gamble, see if it pays off or not. There isn't really many other goalkeepers that I could look at anyway, because I would need a goalkeeper with an L15 or 40, and there's just a load of goalkeepers when I looked at it that are just too expensive. So we'll take the gamble for 157. What we also need to do. No, I won't touch David Marshall. No. You could look at him, but I wouldn't touch him. I think the interesting thing with this game is that Marseille, they don't need to win it. All Marseille need to do is they need to just not lose by the margin that they won by. So I actually don't think that Marseille are going to be going there to win. I think Marseille will just go there just to frustrate. Because I think they have like a 4-0 they have like a 4-0 advantage, right? Yeah, look, they have a 4-0 advantage. So when you carry that much of an advantage from the first leg, in the second leg, you don't go there to then try and win. You don't need to. You just need to avoid losing by 4. So I actually don't think that the goalkeeper here for Villarreal will have much to do. Because I think that Villarreal need to go and attack. Marseille just need to make it really difficult. And then when they get the ball, they just need to try and keep it as much as they can. But they don't need to be going and pushing hard to get the win here. Even if they lost it like 2-0, they still go through, right? So I think they're probably sure they don't want to lose, but also psychologically, they're not going to be going there knowing they have a nice gap there, trying to go all-out attack. They've basically done the work from the first leg. So I'm not expecting... I'd be surprised, actually, if they did score. Hello to Setup68. How you doing, man? Yeah, it's all good. It's all good, man. How's things been going for you? We didn't have a good game week in Sorare. But that's okay. Hopefully we can have a better midweek. This is what we're thinking for the midweek in Cap 220 Rare. And then we have a couple of other teams. So this Cap 240 Limited is kind of no point now because it won't score. But then in All-Star, we're going to hit our Tigres stack. And hopefully we can pick all 5 that play. Which I think is this, actually. I think it is, well, I don't know too much about Samir. But because he didn't play in the last game, and Gorian didn't play in the last game, Angelo didn't play in the last game, and then Gignac just came off the bench in the last game. All of these guys are pretty much fresh, so I think that this is our best chance to pick starters for Tigres here. And basically avoid the DMPs, I think. What do you guys reckon? Anyone who knows Tigres, do you think this is a good 5? I think it is, personally. But I'd be very keen to hear your thoughts on it as well. I haven't tended to play Samir as much. In the past, I used to play Carioca and Gorian. But Gorian's kind of started to lose his place a little bit. And again, Gorian started in the last game, and he played like the full 90 minutes. So I think he's going to be benched, right? Whereas Samir got rested, and I'm assuming he got rested so he can be nice and fit and fresh for this one. You're so true. You're so right. It's such a pain, is it, at the moment, to predict this lineup? Yeah, it's a real pain. So far, I've only had the collection for like, I think the last 3 weeks or so. And I think it was like the first week that I got it, I managed to avoid a DMP. But then since then, I think we've had every other lineup has had at least one DMP in it, which is not done that good. But yeah, if all of these 5 start, then we have the fixture here where they could score great. So fingers crossed we can get it right there. And then, it's doing that weird bug where it's frozen. Here we go. And then the Cap 270, as you can see, is just a throwaway. But then our next team that will try to win a reward in is Cap 220. And we're going to play Blake, Estrada, Jan Gregos, Cade Cowell, and then Cosnu. And there are no points left over. So this team exactly matches the cap of 220. So we're really trying to squeeze everything out of that there. Yeah. Yeah, it's like the K-League. It feels like that with, or just like an Asia team at the moment. It feels like that with Tigres, where you don't really know who's going to play and who's not. But Angelo's like the main starter. So is Guzman. Karioka's the main midfielder. Gignac is their main forward. And then Samia isn't necessarily their main defender, but he tends to be played in the big games that they need to get something out of. So, yeah, I'm hoping that he'll play. What do you think will be the 11 Aberdeen? Well, you're asking the wrong person. Yeah, to be honest with you. I'm not an expert on Aberdeen. You got a top 10 in Asia limited this week at the moment. If no one scores insane tomorrow in the Olsen game. Oh, lovely, man. You've had quite a good weekend, haven't you, Son 68, I think, from what you were showing me this weekend. One of the things I'm not doing at the moment is I'm not selling any players. So just wondering if there's any players that we could sell. Or try to sell, because you know what it's like in Sorare. It's quite difficult to actually sell. Depends on the players, of course, but I find it quite tricky to sell my players. A lot of my players are relatively unknown as well, which makes it harder to sell them. You hit the $25 and 240 as well. So the grinding old cards to get new season cards is in good shape. It's in a good start. Love to hear it, Setup 68. Keep going, man. Keep it going. We haven't quite had that start, but hopefully we'll get there. Jamiro is only £11 now. It says I have 2 Branco and Pereiros, but I really don't. Every now and then that kind of happens on Sorare data, where it shows you 2 cards that of a card that you own. It's a bit weird. Actually, to be honest with you, I'm very happy with the rares. Like, I'm looking at them now and I'm thinking, who do I need to sell? really don't feel like I need to sell any of my rares at all. I do probably need to try and sell the limiteds, but that's just a big problem to try and sell them, right? This is a card we'll give away, Adam Lafondra, that was given to me. Same with Choi. These guys are part of our under-23 team. I was thinking, do we need to rebuild our under-23 team? But you guys know what I'm going to say. Even if we wanted to do it, look at the values that we can get for some of these players now. Like Frook, I think we bought Frook for like £15 or something, didn't we? And he's now about £5 or so. Oh, we did. I thought we bought him for 15. Tell a lie, we only bought him for about £5. Could actually sell him and get our money back, but there's no point. He's very good for us, so yeah, it's kind of tricky. I mean, I'm kind of looking at it and I'm thinking, yeah, we could probably start to try and sell a few players down here, but they're not going to sell. Not really. I'd have to sell a load of them just to try and make any kind of decent money. And there's a lot of players down here that are just worth holding on to rather than selling now. Yeah. Did you watch Quito? I didn't know, but Quintero did come off injured. Yeah. I don't know how serious that injury is, but yeah, I saw it and I thought, oh, I hope hope it's not too bad. If all I've got is an AZ stack for All-Star, where would you focus next, FTS? In Champion. So try to think about either buying Champion like players for the new tier, or start saving money so that you can then buy the new in-season cards for Champion Europe players when that season kicks off again in August. And that's pretty much what I'm doing, is that I don't actually need to buy any players at the moment. But the one area that I don't have really any players in at all, and that's quite deliberate, was Champion Europe. And so my next kind of spending spree on Sorare is going to be trying to get Champion Europe players. But I'm personally the type of person where I don't want to buy the old season cards at this stage of the season, because I'll be able to use them for 3 months and then maybe a little bit less actually, and then they'll be classic cards, right? So at this point, I'm just thinking I'm going to start saving up now for the next 5 or 6 months, and then I'll be ready when the new season cards are released to then go and buy them at launch. Did anybody play the Rivals Liverpool game? The Liverpool Man City game last night? Or yesterday, sorry, not last night. Did anybody play it to try and hit the 350? Because I did. I done pretty poor, actually. Look, I only got 257. I backed... why can't I bring this up immediately? See, stuff like this needs to be improved in Rivals, where I can go back and look at the Rivals teams that the Rivals games that I played, but I can't bring up the lineup that I actually played in here, which I think is a bit bizarre. So stuff like that needs to be improved. But yeah, I didn't hit the 350. I got 257. You got 376, did you? Sorare Rec. Well done, man. That means you're in the draw, isn't it? When is the draw happening? When is the draw actually happening? Did anybody else get 350 points or more? Because it sounded really easy to do. It really did. And you could have done, look at that. Van Dijk got 100. Wow. He was brilliant, Van Dijk. He deserves that. I kind of went with the Man City stack and it didn't really pay off for me. I wanted to put Virgil van Dijk in. I really should have in hindsight. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Estonian Weirdo. So it's in here. Wow. It's a bit weird. Yeah, thank you. You can tell how little I play Rivals. I didn't even know that was there. But yeah, it's in this tab here. Yeah, that was our team. Yeah, I mean, what I technically could have done is I could have swapped out, I could have subbed out Edison as soon as he conceded the penalty and then he got injured. And then before Ortega came in, I could have swapped in Ortega, but I couldn't be asked, to be honest with you. It wouldn't have made a big difference, really, that we were so far behind anyway. He got you 64, did he? That's pretty good, man. Yeah, that is really good. Like, I should have been doing that, but yeah, it didn't really, it would have made a difference to me if I had done it. How many games are you guys playing on Rivals every day, roughly? I play none. The only time I'll play it is if there's this kind of special event where you can maybe go into a draw or a raffle. But other than that, I'm not playing them at all. But I'd love to know how many games roughly you guys are playing every day. Like, do you guys play 2, 3? Do you guys play like harder amount? Do you kind of play like 5, 6, or 7 every day if you've got the tickets to do it? Does it depend on the games as well? I'm sure it does, actually. But because there's quite a lot of good games happening this week, so I'd probably expect more people to play Rivals with the Champions League and the Europa League and that. Yeah, I still don't play it. You play about 3 games per week. That's pretty cool. Do you play the games which, how do you pick it though? Where's the exit? Are they just games that you think, oh, that's a game that I'm interested in, so I'm gonna play it? Or does it tend to be games which you actually hold the cards in as well? Or hold any cards in? Yeah, Scuds is also the same. I mean, I've mentioned it before. I think it's such a shame. I think it's such a shame that we're kind of saying this, and I'm saying this, that Scuds is saying this as well. I'm sure there's others here in the chat that also feel the same, that you're not really playing it because you maybe don't see enough value in it at the moment. And it's definitely going to get better, but I think it was so avoidable. It could have made the game mode so fire from the off if they had just made it so that it's worth your time a bit more, that there are hard rewards that you can win in here, that the friendlies actually mean something, even if it's like not rewards. Maybe you could just win some SO coins, or you could win some in-game items, right? Some level ups, for example, just from challenging people more. I don't know. There's just so much that it could have been from the off that it sounds at the moment like they're doing to try and catch up with it. But I really don't like the way that they launched the game. So I think there could have been a lot more positivity from everyone on this here, rather than some really enjoying it and then others just completely avoiding it and not playing it at all. Yeah, it's just a shame. Oh, the games where there is a favourite and you just play it when you fancy it, yeah. Has anybody, I've asked this a long time ago, but I haven't asked it since, so it's probably the right time to ask it. Has anybody, and this is really for anyone who's new to Sorare, if anyone's new to Sorare in the chat that started playing Rivals, has playing Rivals made you buy pro cards? Has it made you buy like a limited or a rare or a super rare since you've been playing Rivals? I'd love to know about that. Yeah, I know, yeah. But that's almost the other thing, isn't it? Like, why would it be better to not use the pro cards, right? That's another weird thing about it, is that it should almost in every market be that there should be a big incentive to use the pro cards, but they kind of launched it where it wasn't that good to use the pro cards, and now then they kind of fixed it. But as you say, in the UK and France, it's still not that great to use them. It's actually not beneficial. Has anybody actually bought any pro cards on the back of playing Rivals at all? You've bought and in fact played 0 pro cards. You're just half-arsing it at best. But did you buy the pro cards because of Rivals, Scud, or did you just buy them, you know, from just playing pro, but then you started to use them in Rivals? I am a bit worried about Rivals because it feels like Rivals is just falling into obscurity a little bit. Like, it's great that they do these little kind of like ad hoc events, which keep it nice and interesting and bring people back. But it's not the type of game mode that I thought everyone would be talking about non-stop. Just seems like it's drifting away. Oh, you bought 0 and played 0. Okay, I'm with you. Just weighing up if I make a change at all to this team or not. Jan Gregus is probably going to need to be played because they are going to be up against it, Houston. Yeah. Even if we wanted to change Cosnu, we probably don't have a better option. But given that Cosnu didn't play, he should be fit and fresh for that game as well. I actually think this team has a lot of good potential. But I said that on the weekend too. My Cap 220 team and it bombed. But in theory, this is quite a good team to put out for 220 points or less. All right. Let's open up some free Tit Scout fun coupons for a little bit. Chat's a bit quiet. So let's try and get the chat a bit more involved. Hello to J-Boy Gaming. How you doing, man? Good to see you. How was your weekend, mate? Yeah. I think the annoying thing with Rivals is that they could have made it fire from the start, and it could have been the sort of thing that was constantly fire. But it's the kind of thing that, I mean, you guys know how I feel about it, right? I don't sugarcoat my words. I think it's crap. I think it has the potential to be good, but like a lot of things that Sorare do, they just release things and then that aren't that great, and then they just try to use then post-launch, they try to use time to improve it. And I just don't think that's the right way to do it. In fact, I know it's not the right way to do it. I do want to put somebody up for sale. I know I was just talking about it, but I don't like that I don't have anyone up for sale. I'm sure there's at least one player that I could get up for sale, surely. Yeah, you didn't have a good weekend on Sorare either. Yeah, same for me. My weekend in Sorare was pretty crap, actually. Hoping for better, but yeah, it was a nothing weekend, really. Is this guy playing? No, he's on the subs bench at the moment. You scraped rare threshold, and that was only thanks to an Opta upscore yesterday. How much did you scrape it by, Scuds? Congratulations, by the way, for getting over the line. It's quite nice as well when you just scrape it, especially with a Opta adjustment. $259 out of 270, and the change got you to 273.9. That's a huge change, man. That's incredible. Oh, what a win to scrape it and get the $15 in that fashion. Brilliant work, man. What was the big difference? Like, where did you get the points from? Was it one single player or was it several? Poor Ivan Marquez 10 months ago for 58p, and I don't think his price has evolved at all, really. His price has gone down. Oh my god. He's not playing or starting though, to be fair. God, imagine holding on to something for 10 months and you already bought it when it was super low. I guess I probably did have an opportunity to sell him though. Well, not really, but not really for profit. Anti-air seg we bought for £36.26 and Huge Bell we bought for 35. I think Huge was about £2 now. Plus 13 on Andre. Wow, that's massive. Congrats, man. Honestly, so good to hear that you got the threshold. Why has he gone up? Oh. Okay, it's his auction. Okay. God, his number 1 card went for £23. It's like over 3 times more. Okay, interesting. Could probably get Frank Bolly up for sale. Let's do that. We bought him quite cheap, and at the moment, his floor's quite low. What team do we have Frank Bolly in? The All-Star Rare, which is, yeah, it's done. We're getting 100, though. Thing is, he's not really selling, is he? He's not really selling at the floor, so I think all we'd end up doing is getting him up. And then, look, the last time there was a sale was 10 days ago. We'd get him up, and then we wouldn't sell him, and we'd just lose 100 Sorare coins for nothing. So it's probably not worth us putting him up. Okay. There are free to Scout Fund coupons available. Had them open for a while now. Or do I think the J League drops? The J League probably drops this week. This week or next, I'd say. The way they've done it is, of course, they dropped the MLS, and then the week after they dropped the K League, so that the K League didn't really cannibalize the MLS. So that each league effectively has a week of kind of being a fresh launch. So probably this week or next week. You'd like those cards to be released soon. I think managers would like them to be releasing. Oh my God. Zapa's only £1.57 now. Wow. I know he's injured and he's out for the season, but that is brilliant. That's really good. Rares are getting silly. Let's actually have a look. Because with him being so low and with like Bangura being so low earlier, it does make me actually now want to do my dumpster diving. I have a preset set up on Sorare Data to basically dumpster dive for players that are really cheap. Are you planning on getting J League cards? Where's the exit? Zan's on the market for £2.82. Wow. He's a sub player, but he's a good player as well. I didn't watch the United game. I didn't watch it. No. I was busy at the time. It looked like Man United actually played pretty good, though. we can take this down, because having it at 33 is too much, really, given the prices of some of these players right now. Okay. Look at that. Russell Tybert, who's a free agent right now, he's 63p in his rare. He's 31p in his limited. That's something's wrong with that, because your rares should not be pretty much the same as the limiteds at all. So this is like a problem, because like the rares, they should almost have like a hard floor where they can't go below a certain amount. But the rares effectively can get as low as the limiteds. So a little gander. This is something that I like to do quite regularly, and I recommend you guys try and do it too, if you can. Okay. Look at the legend, Fukumura in there. 94p. Oh, did he actually retire? Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, thank you. I didn't know that. That's a shame that he retired, because he wasn't that old either. He's only 31. I thought he had a lot more years in him, actually, Tybert. Thank you, Olaf, for the sub, man. Welcome in. How's it going? This guy is actually pretty good. Rakitsky, but he's not fully covered. But back in the day, he used to be like a heavy hitter in Sorare. Free to Scout, Sorare promoting pay to win. It's creating this mentality where all want to buy stars. I get the fact it's to make money, but it's taking fun out of the game. You're not wrong, FBL Thinker. You're definitely not wrong. It's interesting, the evolution of Sorare, because Sorare used to, even the rhetoric, so even the language that they used to use and how they used to promote the game used to be focused on scouting, you know, used to almost encourage you to try and find those smart opportunities out there, which were not the stars, right? To reward those that would take the time to like do what we're doing, where you just kind of sift through the market and you spot players that you think can do way better than what they're doing, and that nobody's really giving them the time of day. And to be fair, you can still do that in the game, but the way that the game has changed and like the direction it's moved to is now very much, as you say, buy the best players, really. Spend more by buying those best players. But I do think that takes a lot of the fun out of the game. I think that's why I was really sad that the cap modes were being removed as a permanent fixture. Because, like 2 years ago, Sorare introduced the cap modes and they hailed it. They even advertised it as the future of where they wanted the game to go. And of course, now 2 years later, it's clearly not the future because it's now being pretty much removed from the game. And it's just going to make a few guest appearances every now and then. So I agree, man. I agree with you. I don't like that it's gone like that at all. I think it does make it a bit of a worry as well for the low end players now, because the whole point with the cap modes was that even these kind of low end players that nobody would really look at, they had some good value in the game. But they will have some value in the game now because the weeklies will be the cap modes, but it's just it's a shame that it's moving away to that. Yeah, definitely, or moving away from it. There's really not a lot down here at the moment, but I think we'll start to see some players pop up soon. I haven't seen anyone that makes you want to pick them up. Yeah. You know what though, FBL? I think a lot of that could have been avoided if the supply had been managed better. I think a lot of the problems that you see in Sorare today can all pretty much be traced to the supply-demand imbalance in the game. Like I think there's what, like there's about 7 or 8 million cards on the market, on the secondary market, and it's just a disgustingly high amount to have versus the number of active users in the game. And, you know, I think if the supply had been managed better, or the demand had just been significantly more in comparison to the supply, then we probably wouldn't have needed to have this huge overhaul, right? To the competitions and to some of the mechanics in the game, like list or play, for examples in there, like the collection game. The collection game, I think, was cool, is a cool addition anyway. But I do actually believe that the collection game was brought in as a way for Sorare to sell more cards, given that they were probably struggling to sell cards because they weren't able to justify the supply against the existing users, right? And everyone could see, like, why are you minting cards when there's not enough new people coming on board? But then, of course, if you say, well, look, this is now a reason to go and buy more cards from us because it's going to benefit you, then you don't actually need to rely on new players, right? I think the collection game was smart because people want to collect anyway and they want to have a benefit of collecting. But I think also they had their hands swayed a bit more by the fact that they're not really looking to reduce the supply and they're quite fixated, maybe to the point of being stubborn, where they want to mint the same amount. They don't want to mess about with the supply. And so then, of course, if they don't want to mess about with it, they need to find more ways for more incentives for existing and new users to buy. And that's kind of what they've been doing, isn't it, really? So it's kind of smart from them, but I think at the same time, I do agree with you because it's kind of taken the game away from the roots of the game or at least that's the impression I got when I signed up to Sorare, is that it didn't matter really if you were a budget manager or if you were like a whale that had thousands and thousands of pounds to spend. You felt, even as a budget manager, that if you just spent more time scouting, you'd be able to compete to the same level. But with the new format, I think it's not going to be like that. It's going to be very much a case of, if you don't have the best players, then, and if you're not prepared to spend on the best players, then you're probably going to struggle to stay in divisions, or at least you're going to struggle to get promoted to the top divisions. And it's in those top divisions where the best prizes are. So, yeah. But I think it all comes down to supply and how that hasn't been managed effectively for years now. And I don't think that's a secret to anyone. I think if you've been playing Sorare for a while, you will already know that. And I think you'll also know that Sorare don't tend to directly talk about supply in the game, because it's almost like it's something that they're probably not that super proud of. And it's probably the sort of thing that they don't want to talk about directly, because then it would highlight the problem. You know, you almost just want to try and, well, it feels like for the last 2 years that it's been quietly swept under the carpet every time it rears its head, and they're just been kind of distracting with other things that have been good in the game, to be fair as well. But the big elephant in the room still remains, right? Doesn't it? And it's never really been addressed directly by Sorare. They've been very good, actually, at avoiding it for the last 2 years, I think, anyway, for the last 2 years. Do you think it's worth buying a Monza stack right now? I don't even need to read the rest of your question, although I appreciate the question, but I would give you an answer right now and say no. No, it's not. It's worth holding off. And if you are going to do that, waiting for the new season cards next year. Okay, I think we are starting to get to the point now where we'll probably end up seeing the likes of Zappa. So far, I haven't really seen anybody that's made me want to put my hand into my pocket and spend. But we know that Zappa was around this price point. And so hopefully we find another type of player like a Zappa that's just incredibly cheap. But we could look, there he is there, look, Zappa. So I'm not kidding. If I didn't have Zappa, because I already own him, and to be honest, I could technically go and buy a couple of him right now. He is out for the whole season. He's injured, but he's very good. And so this would be the perfect time almost to pick him up for next season. Of course, he's not going to be a in-season card next season. If you buy him now for £1.57, which he's on the market for, which is unbelievable, really, he's unlikely to go much cheaper than that. And even if he does, I mean, what? You're then talking, you bought him for 157, he's then, what, £1? So you bought him 50p more. But he's only 25. It was their big signing for Hajduk this year. And next year, when he's back fit and over his injury, you're then going to have quite a good midfielder that will be able to compete for you in the contender competition. And you've only got him for £1.57. I think for me, I don't know how you guys feel about this, but when I see players like this right now, I think if I buy him for 157, I just buy like loads of him, then At some point, I'm going to be able to sell him for mad amounts of profit. But the game actually isn't like that anymore. Like in the past, if you saw somebody like this and you were like, he's 157 and this player is absolutely quality, you would basically just buy every card on the market. You'd buy them all, and then you would just wait until then the new season came around, he was available again, and then you'd just wait until his price then shot up to 15, 20 pounds, 30 pounds, right? And I think it can still do that. But with the way that the market is going, the way that rares are going, even if you buy him for £1.57 today, I still think that you are not going to lose out on this player financially, right? But I do think that the chances of him returning to like a really good value are probably not there anymore. Not as much anyway, look. So I bought him for this, and this has been his price history. He's now 157 or whatnot. Oh, Estonian Weirdo just bought him. So well done to Estonian Weirdo. I was actually just very tempted to buy the next one, buy that 157 one, because with this type of play, you can't have too many of him. And even if, because the one that I've got already, but this one here, this could effectively be my one that I keep hold of, and then the 157 one, I could just then buy just to sell him for profit next season. Even if he ended up getting to £10, you're going to make like 10 times what you spent on him, right? €2, you'll just not buy a Red Bull today. I agree, yeah. Definitely, man. You just like this type of player, I personally just don't think he should be at that level. And it's not like there's loads of cards of him either. Look, there's only 61 rares of him. So the fact that this type of quality player, and he is quality, he's really good. This type of quality player is that low in rare, but his supply is also really low, I do think is a worry a little bit. It's great for you guys to pick him up, but I also think it's a bit of a worry for the state of the platform. I wouldn't exactly expect him to be a lot, given that he's injured, but I just don't think that he should be getting to those levels personally. So congrats to Estonian Weirdo. Yeah, Olaf Alexa, you bought him a few days ago and thought he was cheaper. Now he's even cheaper. I mean, can you imagine if Zaper gets to like less than £1? Like that would be, even now it's kind of, as I say, even now I think it's really scary that this type of player is so cheap. It's a great time to build, but imagine if you're someone like me and you've bought that Zaper for £35 and like now everyone can buy him for like £1.50, blah, 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 blah. I'm locked into this player forever. Like, if you think about it, I'm basically locked into this player forever now. Because if there are tons and tons of other managers out there that can buy this type of player for 150 or 180 or £2 or whatever it is, right? Then if I ever wanted to sell him, and if I was selling him at the same time as the other guys, I'm never going to be able to be the floor. Because they have so much potential from their price point that they bought him. They could sell him for £8, £9 and make huge amounts of profit. Whereas for me, that would be a massive loss on the player. So I'm basically locked into him for a while now, unless there's like a completely different change in the market on Sorare. I'm basically locked into him forever. This is kind of why I like to have a little scout for these low-end players, because you can literally pick up bargains here that are bargains for SO5, but also bargains as in you could sell them for mad amounts of profit. So let's keep looking. Like you can see here, like the level of players that we have around Zapar, they're nowhere near the quality of a Zapar. They're nowhere near. So he really shouldn't be around this price point at all. So again, if you don't have him, this is the perfect time to buy him. Like Quito is actually pretty good. What's going on with him? I thought that he might have had a club by now. Has he retired or something? Because the last I checked, which was a while back, he was a free agent. Oh, he's playing for Al Arabi. Look. So you've got a player here that's not covered in Sorare, that's 32 years old, right? That is on the market here for £1.57. And that's why you also had an absolute bargain here, because you've got Zapar, who's playing for one of the strongest teams in the Croatian Super League. He's 25, and he's brilliant. And he's also 157. Where's he gone? There's Quito, okay. He's not bad. Not bad either, but kind of got off to a poor start in the in his new league, his new team. Mm-hmm. Look, Rene Renner. Now, Rene Renner is out for a while with an injury, but this guy is actually pretty good. He's only 157. This guy is actually pretty good. There's some pretty good levels of scoring to him. So this would be another type of player that for 157 would probably be a great one to pick up. Look. Long-term contract. Playing for a decent team in the Austrian Bundesliga. Gets involved in attacking returns as well. Some good high end. Oh. So look at him. Yeah, just being bought by one of you guys. I'm giving all these great tips away, aren't I? Look. I would have probably picked him up myself, actually. I was tempted to do it. But this is just what I want to try and show you, is that there are so many bargains to be found in rare. Like this guy at 150, it is just too cheap, really. Far too cheap. And this is good too. Look, 174, 183, anything less than £2 here. You can't really complain about it. Who is the guy who just picked him up? DH93. Who is that here in the chat? I'm not making a contender rare team. I've got too many of them, I think. Who is DH93? You just picked him up. I mean, it's a good pickup. I guess they wish to remain anonymous. All right, let's take a breather. We'll be back again in 5 minutes, guys.
let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Hey guys, we're back again. And a big shout out to Sellers as well for the raid. Thanks for bringing the party, man. How's everything going, Sellers? Muted? No, you should be able to hear me. Should be able to hear me right now. Thank you also, Sellers, for the sub, man. The resub. How's it going? How's your weekend been in Sorare? Do let us know. We had a, well, I say we, I had a shocker. It wasn't that good. But I always love to hear how you guys are doing. You just jumped in with Sellers and you're wondering what we've been up to. Just showing everybody in the chat that even in the new format, there's a lot of gems and treasures to be found by trawling through the trash. And we've just kind of been like running through, like I have like a preset filter on Sorare data, which I call dumpster diving. And so whenever I want to do some dumpster diving, I just basically go into Scout, Player and Card Finder, and then you see this section here where it says select a filters preset. I just select my dumpster diving one, and then I basically press filter, and it loads in the filters which I use to search for good players that are towards the bottom end, as in like they're really low, but you can pick them up whilst they're really low. Like, so we've just been going through and showing a couple of players, and what's quite cool is that a few of you guys have been picking them up live on the stream. We'll go through a few more. We'll go through a few more. I think Sandy Walsh, to be honest with you, is actually pretty okay as well to pick up at 188. Struggling being Klopp. Struggling being Klopp at the moment. What do you mean, Sellers? It was a good game for... actually, the Liverpool-Man City one was just a really good game. I actually thought that was a pretty good result, although I've got to be honest with you, Man City got away with it because it should have been a penalty to Liverpool right at the end. Hello, can you make a stack with a $20 budget? Yeah, you can pretty much make a stack in Sorare with any budget. It depends on the type of team you're searching for and how good your scouting skills are. But you can pretty much build a stack for any value because the cost of players are so cheap. They're at the lowest they've ever been in the game. Yeah, look, Hudjul Saga is in here. This guy's really good, but he's very injury prone. Like, there's a temptation for me where I'd like to pick up this player because when he's fit and he plays, he's actually like class. He's really, really good. But I tend to avoid buying players that I know struggle with injuries. And it says here that he has a knock, but he's always injured. He's been suffering with injuries for a long time. Look. But when he actually plays, he's brilliant. He offers you like goals and assists, and his AA is pretty good. I think if he was like younger, if this guy was like 23, 22, even 24, then I'd probably pick him up. But I'm not saying he's not worth picking up because he actually is at £1.89. But for me personally, I just try to avoid picking up any players that are injury prone. But if you were the type of person that spends $1.89 on him, then when he does play, he's going to offer you really good value for $1.89. But you just have to understand that if you did ever buy a player like this, you're not going to get a full season out of them. And you can kind of see that his playing time is really low because he's often in and out of the team because of injuries. The thing is, though, I like the DH93, and any of you guys, I like that you've picked up the players that we've been talking about. I don't know why, don't know why they're not saying anything. It's like, it's totally fine for you to buy the players we're talking about. That's kind of why we're going through them. I don't know why there's a lot of secrecy to it, why they're silent in the chat. Raul has activated a giveaway time. God, it's been a while since we had a giveaway. We're about to do a giveaway, guys. How about that? I feel like it's been weeks since we've done a giveaway. And it shouldn't be like that, because you guys know that I will do giveaways every time we go live. But I don't choose when we do the giveaways, right? I mean, I do every now and then if it's like a random one. But it's actually the power to get the giveaways going is held by you guys, right? You are the ones that can start these giveaways, not me. And so we just haven't had any triggered in a while. And now we actually do have a giveaway to do. So let's go and do that now. Oh, you picked up a Zapar. Good job. Where's the exit? Really good job. I'm glad you picked up Zapar, man, because as I said, Zapar and like Rene Renard, and there was another one as well that we were looking at. These types of players are too good to be 157. And so I'd much prefer that you guys pick them up so that you get a bargain rather than any old manager out there gets them. So if you're not doing this already, I wanted to show you that this is what I tend to do regularly. And I pick up a load of bargains by doing this. You just basically want to set up a filter where you are looking for any old player, right? You can see there's 5,906 results here. But the filter is really basic. You just make sure that you put all-star in there. So then you're really just looking at players that you can use, right, in the game. And then just put the floor price at something at over 0. And then you can just decide what the maximum is that you want to go up to. I actually usually have this at 33 because you guys know that most of the time I will buy a rare player up to the cost of £30. But when I'm doing this kind of dumpster diving, I'm never really looking at those high-end players because you want to then sort by floor and you want to sort by ascending. And of course you can filter down. You can specify more of what you're looking for. But if you just do a filter like that and you start from the bottom and you just sift through it, you could spend like half an hour going through it manually. And I promise you, you will be able to find a couple of players that you'll spot and you'll think, there's no way that player should be that cheap. And then you just pick them up. You just pick them up. How was your Pooky game with FTS? Mine was shocking. Did you do the La Liga again, Connor? I done okay. I didn't do that great. We won something in the, like here, we won 0.65 in the German league, which is obviously not a lot. And then we won 3.11 in the USA league. So that combined is going to give us enough Matic to buy a new sticker pack this week, which is probably the thing that I'm most happy about. And also last week, we didn't win anything at all. So it's quite nice on Pooky to get back and win something, even if it's a small amount. Yeah. Can't quibble, can you? Winning something is better than winning nothing. And last week, we won absolutely nothing. I really didn't want to have that game week again. Why did you do the La Liga again? I thought you weren't really going to be doing it too much. And also, thank you to Raul, who says that he has sent us a couple of cards here. We received an offer from Raul. We're going to open that in a minute. I wonder here with the Basilbot card. Wonder if we can send an offer for that. Like that. In fact, let's do it like this because sometimes, no. Yeah, let's do it like that. It's probably going to counter us for 0.0005, which is fine, hopefully. No, he doesn't. He counters us for 0.006. We're not going to pay that when we know we can get him for 150, so it's fine. Let's also check out the cards which Raul sent us. Wow, that's incredibly generous. So Raul, thank you, man. Thank you so much for the generous donation here. We've got Turkmen, Idrissi, Rebic, and Airseg here. 4 limited cards. Wow. Which we can throw into the giveaway. So we have a load of cards. Let's do a 10 card giveaway here because we haven't done a giveaway in so long. Let's give away 10 cards to 10 different subscribers on the channel. And we're going to go into my club. See my cards right now. So let's give away 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's give away these 7 here, which have been sent to us today. Okay. And then we'll also give away Choi. Yeah, let's give away these 3 as well, because these were sent to me 18 days ago to give away. So we give away these 7 right now to subscribers on the channel. So you must be a sub on the channel to take part in this, right? And then we're going to give away these 3 as well. Okay. So let's do it. Let's bring up random.org. Good old random.org here. We haven't been there in a while. Yeah, some really good cards, and I can't take the credit for it. Like, I have to say a big thank you to, and I will say thank you individually to, first of all, again, a big thank you to Raul for the cards that he's just sent us, right? And then also a big thank you to Demold, which is Moldy here in the chat. So Moldy sent us these cards too, of Mendy, Pepe, and Visca. And then 18 days ago, I think it was Setup68 who sent us these 3 here. We'll just check it. No, sorry, Tennis Sam sent us that one. So a big shout out to Tennis Sam. And then Honor Visco 68, which is Setup68, sent us this one here. This guy is just coming off the back of 93 as well. So this is a starting goalkeeper that's, you know, great to win. And then Clemens Riddell from Setup68 as well. Yeah, we did a non-sub giveaways over on Twitter every now and then. But in order for you to win cards on the streams here, you must be a sub to support what we do. So let's go from top down to bottom. We will end with the last card being Clemens Riddell. And we'll start from left, go to right, and then all the way down. So let's dive into our subs list here. Okay. On the subs list, we have 83 subs here. So we're going to type in 1 to 83. Okay. 1 to 83. And we're going to give away 10 cards here. So you guys have a very good chance of winning something. There's only 83 subs and we're giving away 10 cards. Remember, whoever wins cannot win again. So you've got a very good chance of winning here. Let's do it. Why it shows the channel has 85 subs though because we would have had some subs afterwards that weren't on the subs list. You always need to be a sub before we go live. Yeah, you need to be a sub before the stream starts. So now that you've subscribed, you will be involved in the next giveaway that we do. That could potentially be tomorrow. It could be the day after. We can do like daily giveaways, right? But the important thing is that you need to be a sub before the stream starts. Because once the stream starts, I have already downloaded a subs list that was up to date before we went live. And then we use that subs list to do the draw from. All right, so we won't go through the numbers here. We'll just kick off with the giveaway. So we're going to do anti-airseg first of all. So guys, thank you for the support on the channel and good luck in the draw. Let's find out who the first winner is going to be here today. So let's get the drum roll. The first winner is number 30. So number 30 on the subs list is going to win an anti-airseg limited card. We're going to dive back into the subs list here. And number 30... Oh, hold on. Made a bit of a mistake here. Because we also need to check that Raul... Okay. So Raul, who basically activated the giveaway, he isn't on the subs list and he needs to be on here. Yeah. So he activated the giveaway, so he needs to go in. We're going to honor the first number there. But we're actually going to have 84. Don't worry about you. I can add you in, man. You sure? There's no worry for me to add you in. We always say that whoever activates the giveaway, even if they're not a sub, they can win cards. No? Okay. So very generous from Raul there. Guys, very generous from him. He says he's got plenty. Okay, so it will remain as 83. Big shout out to you for that, Raul. Very kind. And then number 30 is Bouncing Betty 93. J-Boy Gaming. Your girlfriend has just won an anti-airseg limited card. So Bouncing Betty 93, she's just won herself, because she was number 30, she has just won herself the anti-airseg card. So you must tell her, please, if you can. Tell her that she's won. It's quite a cool card to win. And I will be dropping her a message over on Twitch. So tell her to check her Twitch DMs later on tonight, and she'll have a message from me telling her how she can claim. Yeah. So good start. Congratulations to Bouncing Betty. All right. The next card we're giving away is the Anti-Rebic card. Anti-Rebic card. So, again, generously donated from Raul. So, let's find out who's going to win Rebic now. And the next winner is number 65. So, number 65 wins the Anti-Rebic limited card. And we go back into the subs list here. And number 65 is RS... Oh, no, it's not. I nearly spoke too soon. It's GBR21. So GBR21, congratulations to you, man. You've just won yourself an Anti-Rebic limited card. Well done indeed. No problem at all. Okay, next up is Idrissi. Let's do this one without a drum roll. Number 60 this time. So number 60, we don't have to go too far. Number 60 is Shamal 14, who wins the Idrissi limited card. That's this one here. And then we've got Turkmen, Mendy, Pepe, and Visca. So Turkmen next. That's number 81. So number 81 is Zed Creep. So Zed Creep, you've just won yourself the Turkmen, limited card. Congratulations to you. Mendy is going to go to number 69. So Mendy goes to number 69 now. Number 69 is Kika's FP 1990. You just won yourself the Mendy limited card there. Just try and power through this here. And then we've got Pepe and Visca next. So next one is Pepe. Ooh, that's number 81, but we just had that, didn't we? Yeah, we just had that. So we have to re-roll that one. We've now got number 15. So number 15 is going to get the Nicholas Pepe card. That is Steburn. So Steburn, you win yourself the Nicholas Pepe card here. So well done to you, Steburn, who wins the Nicholas Pepe card. And then Edin Visca, he's going to be won by, or going to go to, number 21. And number 21 is Bodgy. So Bodgy, you just won yourself the Visca card. Congrats to you, man. And then we've got 3 more cards to give out here. Those 3 cards are Dishrevel, Cholwan, and Rydell. We'll actually end with Cholwan. Let's do Dishrevel. Number 82, we haven't had that one. So 82 is Huffman 291, who wins the Dishrevel limited card. So congrats to you, man, and thank you for the support. And then Rydell, or Clements Riedel, is going to be number 56. Which is Grem. So Graham, you win the Rydell card, limited card. Congrats to you. And then last but not least, we've got Chol. And Cholwan is going to be won by number 79. Number 79 is Mitchy Deed. Look at that. Cholwan. Won by Mitchy Deed there. So if you've won on the stream here today, then congratulations to you. We've just given away 10 cards to 10 different subs on the channel. If you want to have a chance of winning cards every day when we go live, then all you need to do is sub to the channel, and you can sub to the channel for free if you have an Amazon Prime account. It doesn't cost you anything at all to do. And then once you're a sub, you'll then not see any ads on the channel, and you'll be part of giveaways every day. Plus also loads of other benefits as well. But well done to everyone. So the 10 winners there, I'll contact you all later on today and let you know how you can claim your rewards, so your cards. So well done. All right. Let's jump over to Pooky for a little bit, I think, maybe. I don't know whether we really have anything to do on Pooky, though. That's kind of the issue. We can at least check to see whether our predictions that we've made have changed in price at all. No. No. They haven't. Guys, don't forget, if you want to get involved in this game, you do need to pick up a Pooky Ball. There's only 30 available. There'll be probably a new drop tomorrow. So if you missed out on picking up the epics, you'll probably be able to get the epics tomorrow. Yeah, I'd done my lineups for UC already, but you're right. Thank you for the reminder, Twitch Gaming. Yeah, I did do that already. I think my lineups are fine. But yeah, if you haven't done your lineups for UC, guys, then yeah, it's a good reminder from Twitch Gaming. Definitely to do them. Is anybody thinking about buying a Pooky Ball or a sticker pack this week and would like to get some advice on what to buy and what is the good value? As in, like, what's the best way to spend their money on Pooky? Yeah, kind of ahead of the game, really. Ahead of the game on UC at the moment. Yeah, fair enough, Raul. I think it's a game that is fun for a lot, but it's obviously not going to be for everyone. I think one of the things with this game is that I think it could be more fun if there was more to do. This is probably my big gripe with the game at the moment, is that I like the concept of the game and I like the rewards, I like the pricing of things in the game. I like everything about it. I just don't like at the moment how there's very little to do outside of your weekly energy. And I think if they could fix that, then I know that I would enjoy this more, I'd have more fun. And maybe even others that don't play it might then start to play it. It's interesting that the epics have sold out rather than the rares selling out. Because often you kind of you expect to see the rares being sold out quicker than the epics, but this week it's been different. At the moment, they are minting balls from England, France, Germany, Italy, and Spain. So the European balls, you can't get the American balls like the MLS ball or the Argentinian ball. You can't get them directly from Pooky anyway. You'd have to buy them from a marketplace if you wanted those types of balls. Yeah, we need to focus on trying to use these two Pooky balls now. We was using this a lot. I think this is good, but I really want to try and get our balls ascended. Yeah, I agree with you, Twitch Gaming. I think it all comes down to personal preference, isn't it? And they're different types of games as well, so it's not even really like they can be like directly compared. They have similarities, but it's not like Ultimate Champions and Sorare where they're kind of like direct competitors, right? And they're the same game effectively. This is a different type of game. But I really like a lot of what they do in Pooky. I really do. And it's kind of interesting to see that Sorare have started to do a lot of what Pooky already had in play. So it's like Sorare have started to almost smarten up a little bit with how they run the game. Yeah, it definitely is. Yeah. Yeah. I'd say what would be really cool though is if they could, I think this would be really cool in Pooky if you could pick and choose, if you could build like a prediction where you could pick and choose like games from different leagues, right? So for example, rather than you just predicting all games from the Spanish league or all games from the Europa League, there would be like a game mode or an ability for you to put a prediction together that was made up of, say, 6 or 7 or 5, however many you want, but you could choose for that prediction entirely to be made up of different games from different leagues, right? So almost like an ACCA that you have in traditional betting, and then whoever then gets the most amount from that then places up in the leaderboard. So I could pick one game from Argentina. I could maybe pick a couple from the English league if I wanted to. And maybe there would be like some restrictions on it as well. So maybe you couldn't just pick all from the same league because then that would defeat the purpose of it. But I think that'd be really cool because then that would at least allow some managers and some predictors to predict in leagues that they maybe want to, but they maybe don't have the full energy to dip into that league. I think that, yeah, like a Pooky All-Star, yeah. I think that'd be cool. What do you guys think? Do you think that would be good for the game? Because I think that'd be great for the game. So rather than like having to predict all in the German league, right? You would still have that type of game mode, but then you would kind of have, I don't know what you would even call it actually, like a varied game. I don't know what you would call it, a mixed game mode. And then you could just basically predict 6 games in there from whatever league you wanted. And then you'd be going up on a different leaderboard, like the mixed leaderboard, to then see who's the best at predicting a variety of different games from different leagues in one prediction. What do you guys reckon? Or what things would you like to see on Pookie? Like, that's one thing that I have as an idea. I've got loads of ideas, but what kind of new features or what new game modes would you love to see come into the game, like, next, which could really increase your time that you play on it in a good way, could increase your fun in this type of game mode? Because I feel like I don't probably hear enough ideas from you guys. I'm sure you've got loads of good ideas and thoughts about how you could improve this game or the things that you think could make this game even better, right? Happy with the current game mode, but welcome any positive change. What kind of change would you expect to see, though, or hope to see? Scud says, I think a way to recycle energy would be fun. 1 to 5 energy on a daily game, and you win more energy back based on success, ball you use, stats. I like that. Yeah, being able to use kind of energy to get more energy would be cool. I definitely agree. When you say recycle energy, is that what you mean? So you use what you already have, like a leftover, like here. If I'm not going to use this, I could use this then to potentially win more energy than that which could maybe help me to put another prediction out for the next game week or something. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. Staking your rather than gambling, staking your energy to try and win more. I feel like staking is the new word for gambling. You see it a lot in crypto as well. Any other ideas? It's so quiet with the ideas, and I feel like I just want to hear more on Pooky. I often give my thoughts and takes on it. We've got a good one there from Scuds TV about being able to recycle the energy, to use it to potentially win more energy. I would definitely like also to see a way for you to win more of the POC tokens outside of the predictions that you can make. So this normal game mode where you can win the POC is fine, but it's actually quite difficult to win a lot of POC. I feel like you probably need another way to win the POC here. So maybe that could be another thing where the idea I was just talking about, where you can say it's a pick 6, right? So you have to pick 6 different games from the different leagues in a game week. Maybe they don't reward you with Matic in that game week, in that game mode, but instead you can win a lot more POC there. Because then if they had a game mode like that, I'd probably be playing it quite hard because it's really difficult to win a ton of POC. And so that would still give people a good reason to play it, to win the in-game currency, which will really help them to progress quicker. But what would that game be? I don't know what you would call it, but you could call it a pick 6 or a pick 5 or the Pooky picks. I don't know what you'd call it. Or should it be some really fancy, cool marketing name you could come up with it? But it would just be like an extra game mode where, yeah, rather than just kind of predicting all games in one league, it kind of allows you to pick and mix, basically. Maybe that's what it could be called. The Pooky pick and mix, right? And then, yeah, you can then win the POC. Predicting goal scorers would be great too, yeah. Being able to predict the goal scorers, being able to predict first goal scorer, anytime goal scorer, being able to predict hat tricks and stuff like that. Even just being able to predict when goals are going to be scored. That could be quite interesting. So maybe you've predicted, let's go into it. Let's go into this one here. So like here, for example, there could even be like an extra either separate game mode or maybe a way for you to earn bonus points if you could then correctly predict what time range the first goal for Leipzig or the first goal that any team's going to score. And it then gives you the ranges, right? Of like, I don't know, 1 to 20 or 21 to 39 or 21 to 40 or whatever. And then if you correctly guess that too, or correctly predict it, it will then give you a boost of points to the game week that you can add on to what you get from that prediction. There's so many different things that could be added in to make it more engaging and to kind of just add to the dynamic of predicting. And goal scorers is definitely one of them, yeah. Goal scorers is actually quite tricky to do. If you've ever tried to predict 3 goal scorers, 3 anytime goal scorers, right? That sounds like pretty easy. If you pick certain players, then it can usually come off. Like Messi's usually expected to score, so is Mbappe, but you don't really get good odds for them. So it would have to be a case that if they've done the goal scorers, that you would almost need to do quite a few, almost like 5 or something, in order to get a decent amount of points from it. And then depending on how many you got correct, like maybe you get 2 out of the 5 correct, that gives you X amount of points, right? To get you into the percentage for leaderboard rewards or not. No, I don't think anyone has one this yet. No, it's still relatively new, but it's quite tricky to do. It's very difficult to do, actually. Yeah, so nobody's done it as far as I know. Yeah, could be a pick 5 by region, exactly. Yeah, so you could kind of, the game mode could say you can only pick one game, but it has to be by region. So you can only pick one European game. You can only pick one, I don't know, North America, one South America, and then maybe they split the Asia region up or something. Or maybe they split Europe up. Or they could have like, you can only pick a maximum of 2 from any one region. There's different ways that I guess they could do it, but you're right, yeah. They could do something like that. Maybe I have 123 energy, so I predict in League 1, I'm left with 33 energy, but instead of moving it over, I predict in a self-made league with 3 games only and win POC. Interesting. That could be quite cool as well. So rather than paying it forward, you predict in a self-made league. I quite like that. Yeah, I think what Mark Gort said there is correct, is that until this is completed, until this is achieved, it's ongoing until somebody does it, right? Kind of one of the things that we were talking about with this is that if you're going to give it a go, you almost need to try and do it in a league that has quite a low number of games in it, because I think the minimum games that you need to predict in order to qualify for this, I think is 9. We can go back into it and check it. I think it's 9. And so you almost just want to be yeah, here we go. Look, you must predict a minimum of 9 games in the match day. So then you almost just want to be doing the bare minimum of 9, right? Because you have to get them 100% correct, which is really, really difficult to do. So what you don't want to do is you don't want to try and achieve that in the Argentinian league, get the first 9 100% correct, but then end up getting the last 5 wrong, right? Because then you won't win it. You almost want to be going into a league that has 9, which is, I think, the German league most of the time, like this here. You want to be basically doing this league, or a league that has a maximum of 9, which is also the minimum that you need to predict in order to try and win the 10K jackpot. And then you just need to try and get all 9 100% correct, which, as you guys know, if you've been watching or the streams or playing Pooky yourselves, you know that is incredibly difficult to do. And you certainly don't want to be doing any more than 9. I think if you've got, just a quick one, if you guys do have ideas or suggestions for Pooky about how they could improve the game, then, and maybe you don't want to share them here on the stream, or maybe you don't have any yet, but you might have some later on, then what I would recommend you do is try and post those in the Discord, or even just try and drop Pooky an email or a ticket with your ideas or suggestions. Because the one thing I will say is that Pooky are very, very, very good at listening to the community and listening to their users, and then trying to use the information and the feedback from their users to try and put into the game. And I think that there are loads of cool things that could be done in the game, which hopefully will come soon. But you might have that one idea or that one suggestion that they have not thought about at all that actually could be the type of thing that could really take the game to the next level. So if you've got any ideas on Pooky or for Pooky, then don't hold them to yourselves. Let them know, and that will keep the game growing. Was looking at dumpster diving on Sorare after you did it. Ivan Marcano, rares heading to £3. That's mad for that caliber of player for me. Even coming back from an ACL. Yeah, it really is, man. I mean, when we were doing the dumpster diving scud, you probably noticed it. We got to like the £1.50 mark, and then we kind of obviously stopped because we had to start doing the giveaway. But if we'd have continued, we would have been able to find, I'm 100% sure, we could have found tons more players under £5, right? And probably loads under £3, because there are a lot of quality players under £3 that we would have literally looked at and said, this is silly. Like, that's the type of player that needs to be bought. Even if they're injured, even if they're not playing right now, sometimes you'll find those players and you'll be like, he's too good for me to walk past and not pick him up for £3. I was actually talking to a friend the other day. It's going to sound a bit weird. I was talking to a friend the other day, and they were in, they were just shopping, right? They were shopping, they were doing their normal grocery shopping, and they spotted, what would you call them? Like, these like, what are they called? What are they? I think it's like is it Leinzig? Yeah, I think that's it. No, it's not that. There's like a German biscuit that on the one side is biscuit and then on the other side it's chocolate. I can't remember what it's called. It's got some weird name. We've got a couple of German speakers in here, haven't we? Probably they know what I'm talking about. It's like biscuit on one side and then chocolate on the other. And they're called like Keks or something. Keks? Let's have a little look. Is this what I'm talking about? Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. There it is there. This is what I was talking about. These Leibniz, right? These Leibniz biscuits, okay? Yeah, these ones don't have the chocolate on them, but then these ones do, right? No, sorry, hold on. These ones do, right? And my friend, I couldn't remember the name of it exactly, but I knew it was something like that. And you can see here, look, you can see here that they are around €2.29, okay? €2.29. They're kind of quite a premium type of chocolate biscuit as well. So usually you'd expect to be spending a couple of quid on these, right? If not more, maybe £2.50, £3 or something. And my mate said that they were in the shops and they saw these at a glance, right? And they were selling them for 22p. 22p. And he was like, that's so good. He didn't even want them. And to be fair, he doesn't even really like them, because the ones that he got were like dark chocolate. This is like the milk chocolate ones, or it's actually Edelherb, from the looks of it, Choco Edelherb. But the ones that were on sale that were 22p, they were the dark chocolate. And he was like, that's too fucking good. He was like, that's too bloody good. You can't walk past it. You can't leave it on the shelf when it's like that. You've got to pick them up in bulk. And that's kind of what we were doing earlier when we were dumpster diving on Sorare, is that you will spot quality at the low end. You'll be like, I don't even really need to buy that player, but that player is so cheap, I might as well pick him up. Like, I can't ignore that kind of bargain. I have to pick it up. Yeah. Yeah, 22p. Can you believe it? 22p. And the worst thing is that he was telling me, he said he only picked up like 3. I said, why did you pick up 3? Why did you not pick up like all of them? You know, they usually go for like £2.50, £3. Why did you not just pick up like that? Clear the shelf. Just like literally get your arm and wipe it all off the shelf into your basket at 22p. And he said, oh, I don't know why I didn't do it. And he was then like regretting it. I was like, that's a bargain you're not going to find again. And it's kind of similar on Pooky, is that you might find these players that, sure, they might remain at that, but you're still going to pick them up whilst they are at that price, right? Like Morris Rare for £230 bargain. I don't think that's a bargain personally for me. Who are we talking about? Aiden Morris here. Aiden Morris probably is a bargain for that. Let's bring him up. I think you are talking about Aiden Morris, right? Raul. Because we were looking at his card, his limited card earlier today, because he obviously has a game in the midweek. So we were against Houston. We were thinking this is probably quite a good game for him. But yeah, £234 in rare, right? Arguably a bargain. I'll be honest with you, I don't think it is, though, when you look at what he was previously. Like, this is a bargain for this type of player. This is actually kind of a little bit high, around the 230, in my opinion. But it's all determined by what you think is a bargain, right? For some, like Raul, he thinks that's a bargain. 234 on the market, which, you know, for this type of player technically is. But I would actually think that this is the bargain price, right? To get him for when he's sub 100, because I think this type of player probably shouldn't be sub 100. But then if they do dip below 100, that for me is like the bargain pickup price where you can't leave it on the shelf, right? Whereas here it's discounted. For me, it's kind of like take it or leave it. But I would probably prefer to wait until he's back around this range again before I ever picked him up, if I was going to pick him up. Yeah. FTS yellow sticker players. Yeah. So anyway, that was the point that I was just making there, is that this is something that I do regularly, where I will dumpster dive for players that nobody really is interested in. You know, like looking for treasure in the trash, basically. And I will often find, whenever I do it, I'll usually find 2 or 3 players that are so good and are so cheap that I have to buy them and pick them up, even if I don't actually need them, because they've reached a price point where realistically they're not going to get much lower. And those players are actually almost too good to be priced at that. Let's bring it up again. Do you remember what we were talking about with Carlos Garces, for example, guys, right? Do you remember we were talking about this guy live on the stream a few weeks back? This is another example of the sort of things that's really worth spotting and keeping front of mind when you're looking at players on Sorare. Because do you remember a few weeks back, we were looking at him when he was this price, right? £7.76 on the market. And I remember on the stream, I said, no, this is stupid. This is dumb. He should never be like that. He shouldn't be around 7.89. He shouldn't. It's too good. It's far too good. And I kind of was like, well, really should pick him up, because there's not going to be a better time to pick him up than around here. And lo and behold, of course, he wasn't down there for very long. There were like a couple of cards that were sold for between 7 to 9. So sub £10 for this player is an absolute bargain. He's like a Leibniz type of purchase, where you don't even really feel like you're not looking for him. You're not looking for it, but then all of a sudden you see it and you're like, wow, it's too good. Got to pick it up. And now, of course, he's got a floor of £60. He's available for roughly around £30 he's been selling for. And this is what he's been doing over the last 5 games. So, yeah. But you guys know about that story. I've told you about that story a lot. But it's just an example of it's really important, especially if you're a budget manager, to be doing this, to be just sifting through the trash, basically, to find players that have been long lost, forgotten, that shouldn't be in the trash, basically. Thank you also to Dejali13 for the follow. Welcome into the channel. I'm lost with my gallery and not against any advices if possible. You can get me to do a gallery review, but you need to claim it by earning enough Free Tip Scout Fund coupons on the channel. So just try and jump on as many of these live streams as you can, and then you'll be earning coupons every time you're on the stream. And then when you earn X amount, you can cash them in for benefits that I can give you on the stream. So what you're saying is don't play in Seasonal Classic, just sell the gallery and go in real life investing in Leibniz. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. Forget about Sorare, forget about Classic in season. This is the thing you need to focus on. Leibniz. This here. It's all about the Leibniz. You need to find your Leibniz player. Everyone needs to be looking out for Leibniz on Sorare. And then when you spot it and it's 22p, don't just buy one. Clear the shelf. Pick them all up. Because you're buying quality that is far too cheap. You can never go wrong with it. I don't actually know how much they're worth in like... let's have a little look. I thought they were around £2 or something, £2.53. Are they available in Tesco? Yeah, they are. They're actually... Okay, they're a little bit cheaper than what I thought.
Who let the dogs out?
Where are they at?
Who let the dogs out?
Okay, so yeah, look, they're about £2 or so, aren't they? So roughly what I thought they'd be, about £2. And yeah, as I said, my mate saw them in the shop for 22p. So I don't know whether they were like discounted like crazy because there was some kind of a special, or whether it was like a price mistake. But 22p when this should be £2, you just got to go and pick them up. Thank you to Aquinta as well for the raid. Thank you for jumping in and bringing the party. Hello to everyone out there who's jumped on with Aquinta. How's it going? Hi there. I got a question about Pooky. So hello to Kidman. If I buy a common ball, how much will my energy increase? So when you buy a common, you get an extra 6.8 energy. If you want to find out how much extra energy you get, there's a nice, easy way to do it, which is worth knowing just long term. Go on to Pooky, so the main page here, or the main kind of like lobby, right? And then scroll down to the bottom, and then click on blog here. And then you want to scroll down to the bottom again. So yeah, it's not ideal, but homepage, scroll down, blog, then scroll down to the bottom of the blog. Then click on white paper, okay? And then this is basically the link that you want to almost try and save in your web browser address, okay? So whitepaper.pooky.gg. And then in here, what you do is you just search for energy, right? And then I think it's here. Here we go. So you click on this here, which talks about increasing your max energy. And then it tells you here, look, a common, a level 0, which will be a brand new common that you buy with a prestige of, will give you an extra prestige of 2. And it gives you an extra 6.8 energy. And it tells you for all the scarcities, right? At the various different levels that they're at. So max level or basic level, like unleveled, how much you get. So this is really kind of important. So if you ever want to know how much extra energy you'll get, this table basically tells you, and it's quite useful to know. It has kind of like the calculation about how you can increase your max energy and all that sort of stuff as well. I wanted to buy a Pokeball and use to predict MLS, but too many games for 100 energy. Yeah, you need 140 to predict the MLS. Yeah. Same with the Argentinian League as well. The Argentinian League, you need 140. Like if you could afford to get, for example, an epic and then a rare, then you would have an extra 40 on top of the 100, and then you can then predict in the USA League. You can also just buy a common and then just build it up, max it out, and then ascend it. So then basically evolve it to like a higher rarity. I feel like Pooky should have called it Evolve. They probably wanted to call it their own thing, Ascension. But, you know, like Pokeballs, how, not Pokeballs, sorry, Pokemon balls, how you got Pokemon that always evolve, right? That's what it reminds me of. So, yeah, it's just evolution, isn't it? Yeah, fair enough, man. Is this a first common ball that you're going to be buying on Pooky? Is it like your first purchase at all? If it is, if this is your first purchase, then please do use the link in the chat. Especially if you, well, I think you're already signed up, aren't you? If anyone does want to give Pooky a go, then please make sure you use that link, because of course it also helps me to keep the channel going. But the most important thing is that it gives you a discount. So if you're ever in a position like Kidman, where you're ready to buy a Pokeball, if you signed up using that link, you're going to get a discount, which means then that you don't actually have to pay this price here of like 22.5 Manich or $27. You'll pay cheaper than that, and you'll also get some POC tokens as well. So you just get freebies just to help you start. So it benefits you, really. Thank you also to Hero for the sub, man. Welcome into the channel. Thank you so much for the support. Do you suggest any league to start? Easiest to get some return or to predict? It depends on the ball that you get. So when you buy your common ball, if you get a common Pokeball that's, say, for example, the USA League, then start predicting in the USA League and then just adapt how you predict based on how you customize the ball, right? So you want to almost, if you can, especially if you're just starting out, you want to try and predict in the league that you get with your common Pokeball, because then that alone is going to give you an additional 10% to your score. So like if you picked up a ball and your first common ball was a German League ball, then try to predict in the German League if you can. And then from predicting in the German League, you can then start to build up some knowledge about the teams and how many goals are scored in that league. And you'll be able to pick that up as well from being on the streams, right? Because we kind of, we talk about a lot of the leagues too. Yeah, that is a trap. Yeah, they're actually not allowed to do that. Yeah. So one of the things that you're not allowed to do is you're not allowed to, if you sell your Pokeballs, right? If you sell Pooky assets, you're not allowed to sell them less than the cost of what Pooky sell them for, right? Obviously, because then it undercuts them selling them and it doesn't help the game. So yeah, an epic for 20 Matic is like big time a trap and is actually not allowed. It'd be a lot easier for Pooky to manage that kind of thing once they finally get their marketplace in the game, isn't it? Like this here, this marketplace is fine, but they don't have a secondary market in game, although it is coming. But we just have to be a bit patient for when it comes, right? Right. Any other questions or concerns or ideas or anything that you guys want to ask about Pooky? Especially if you're new to Pooky as well, this is a good time to ask whilst we're talking about the game already. We've got a little bit of time on the string to ask these questions or answer them. Also, I might as well mention it. There is actually a beginner's guide that you can find. So if you are new to Pooky and you just want to have a good overview about how to play it, what to focus on, how to build your Pokeball, what do some of the things mean, I've done a very, very comprehensive, in-depth guide to how to play Pooky and what Pooky's all about. And you can find that beginner's guide on my Twitch channel and also on my YouTube channel. So, you know, if you are in that situation where you just don't really know how to get started or what's the best way to go about it, please do watch that video. We recorded it live with Pooky in the chat as well. And so we even got a little bit of extra info that I could put into that video. Thank you to Twitch Gamer for providing the link there. There's a YouTube link, guys, and you can find the same video on my Twitch as well. It's on the main page, actually. Yeah, but selling the stickers is fine because the stickers are individual. But if you think about it, you can't buy the individual stickers, right? On Pooky, you can only buy the packs. So selling individual stickers is fine, but for example, selling a Pokeball, like a common, is worth 22.5 matic on Pooky. If someone was selling a common Pokeball on the secondary marketplace, the OpenSea, for like 10 matic, and that's totally not okay, because then that defeats the purpose of buying from Pooky, doesn't it? If you can buy that one for half. But selling the individual stickers for whatever you want is fine because Pooky don't sell the individual stickers. They only sell the sticker packs, right? In 1 hour, I'll be watching my final All-Star player, Gedson Fernandez. I hope he smashes it. Me too, man. Please let me know how it goes for you, Arthur, and whether it ends nice or not for you. Okay. Might as well start, if we can, having a little bit of a look ahead to who's going to be in lineups and who's not. Okay. Nothing there. And then we looked at this earlier, but we didn't really see anything. No, not for Villarreal. That's okay. That actually looks like we're too far ahead of the game with our lineups all sorted. Hmm. It is, yeah. It is, Arthur. Hmm. All right. We're going to call it a day, guys, because I can see the chat's died off. So thanks so much for today. I'll be back again tomorrow, the usual time at 12. So catch you then, guys. Thank you for today.